the City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territories upon which we gather with gratitude. First up, we have a staff presentation by the Director of Finance, Jetta, regarding the general fund. Ms. Holmes, take it away.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Good morning.
A full day presentation. Really.
It's all you today.
Yep, exactly.
Okay,
Monday we went through the water and sewer fund. Today we're going to look at the general fund, which is what most people think of as encompassing all of the kind of our typical municipal services. So we'll work through some high level revenue analysis, as well as then have analysis of each department, and departmental managers and directors have provided metrics and highlights of 2024, as well as looking forward into minor capital and capital for 2025. A couple of things to think about in here. Where possible, we've already included projects that are in progress with estimates to the cost of the year end, and then a carry forward amount for 2025. So those are already in there. Coffee delivery. We do have, I think, all of our department directors and managers here today to respond to questions once we get into those departmental overviews. So if there are specific questions, we can turn to them for assistance. We've, in most cases, also provided year-to-date figures, and that's, again, will involve adjustments and estimates in those numbers, but just to give you an indication of activity year-to-date as well, that obviously does inform next year's financial plan. Okay. I'll keep talking generally then without the slides. In the capital and minor capital schedules, there is a copy on your SharePoint as well of the detail, and we'll go through them today. But we have identified funding sources that are consistent with that approach of, if it's a one-time or non-recurring item, we're trying to match that with non-recurring revenues, grants, funds that are carry forward from previous year's grants, capital reserves or other reserves. And so I'll highlight those for you as we go through this. What you'll see on the large bylaw sheet draft that's in front of you is just so that you can follow along or refer to items, and it also provides the full 5 years, is that we've gotten to a point in the general fund where we're showing kind of positive contribution from our recurring items on a net basis towards our capital and minor capital and transfers to reserves. So we'll go through some of that, but I think it's great. And as we walk through the capital and minor capital, highlighting where we've been able to take advantage of grants and reserve use. Are we ready to go, Amanda? Yes. Okay. Great. So just in terms of the building blocks to our financial plan, today's the big one, that general fund item. And so we'll work through methodically through the departments on that. Just a reminder, we're on the second line of our dates with respect to looking at all the pieces of the financial plan. So committee of the whole today, again, a little bit more casual than a formal council meetings to hopefully generate some discussion around the items that are in the financial plan. And then next week we have 2 meetings at which we'll discuss reserves, and on Wednesday will be community groups coming to do presentations with respect to funding requests.
And just if I may, Jetta, just council. So as we are in committee of the whole, feel free to ask questions all during the time. Don't wait for the end. You see a slide up that you have a question on, that's the time to ask it. I know other times we said, hold your questions till the end of the presentation. This is not that time. So feel free to go and wave if I don't see you anyways, but I've got this here so I don't have to move over there like I did the other day. So I'll be able to see you better here. But so feel free to ask questions as we go along. That's what Jetta's here for.
Great.
Carry on. Thanks, Jetta.
Okay, thank you. And then, as you know, in the spring, we'll look at finalizing the rates bylaws. And so right now we've got some assumptions around tax rates, but we'll be able to finalize those once we have the final BC assessment roll. Again, just a reminder that this financial plan we're looking at today is with respect to core activities that are costed at what we expect costs to be in 2025 and 2026, but the same service level. And it'll be in next week where we'll look at any enhancements to service level, but we also may have cost increases or capital items that through a lens of kind of legislated or safety items have been included in the plan already, and or deferred maintenance that's required kind of through our asset management programming as we're beginning to implement more of that type of lens on our expenditures. You'll see those costs already in the plan. Just a reminder on the assumptions around what property taxes are included. I know we looked at this on Monday, but in 2025, we have a 5.3% increase already reflected in this. And then the subsequent years are shown on the slide at 4.2, 4.2, 3.7, and 3.7. That 5.3 does include the 0.5% that is the contribution to capital reserve and the 0.2% new contribution to protective services reserve that was approved by council in the 24 to 28 plan. Any changes to these basic assumptions will come from direction from council. Okay, just some highlights of the financial plan bylaw to start with, and going through the ongoing items and non-recurring items and highlighting those for you. You can see that most of the revenues are ongoing. In 2024, we did have the sale of the property on Shelley Road, and so that has no comparative amount in 2025. So that's a significant reduction from the prior year. We'll also go through the government transfers and grants, but you'll recall that last year there was quite a lot of extra and front-loaded provincial grants related to the new legislation as well as the local government climate action program. And so there's a reduction in those grants, and it's mostly just our basic continuing grants that are there. You'll also note that we factored in an increase in investment income. We have been able to get some really great rates over the last year, 18 months. And so although we typically budget very conservatively on our investment income, through the analysis of our manager of finance, we're able to, I think, comfortably bump that budget this year, and that's helping with balancing the general fund expenditures. So that is unusual. As I say, we typically budget that very conservatively. Overall, just a 3% increase in total revenue, and with 6% of that coming from taxation, and we'll go through the components of that. On the expenditure side, again, I think what you'll see today is we factored in, of course, all of the wage increases. The collective agreement increase this year is 3.5%, and that's applied to not only our QP members, but also exempt council and firefighter wages. And so that alone is a 3.5% increase in those costs. However, what I'm seeing is that staff has really looked closely at budgets and not left any excess in here. So in many cases, you'll see a reduction in year-over-year expenses. And there's some offsets, of course, with some of the deferred maintenance items that I'll identify. But as you can see, the total expenditures there are actually down 1% from the prior year. And these do include minor capital, but not capital. And you can see the ongoing and non-recurring items identified there, including the amortization.
Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Jenna.
Morning.
Can you speak a little bit to what the amount is in the community planning services? Is it for the staff? And if it is, I understand there was provincial funding for about $150,000 for additional staff, but that's one-time funding. If in the subsequent years, would that fall on taxpayers to fund that position, or would that position cease to exist in a couple of years?
Right. Thank you for your question. The community planning only reflects our current staffing level. And so what we did within 2024, and we'll adjust at year end when we have actuals, is that staff has been tracking their time related to the provincially legislated items. Can't hear? Staff has been tracking their time related to the provincially legislated items, so we haven't yet hired anyone external and don't intend to. And what we do is we transfer those hours into the minor capital and the cost related where the grant is. And so there's not going to be any change there in that staffing number. It will reflect our current staffing. Okay.
Carry on. Thank you.
Okay. The top line there is our surplus and deficit from operations, and you can see that after our ongoing expenses, we've got a contribution of nearly $6 million towards capital and reserve transfers, as well as other items that are kind of below the line or non-cash items. And the non-recurring is a deficit of 5.5. What we'll see is this is offset largely by the transfers from reserves, but I feel like we're getting to a point where we're really matching well in terms of those non-recurring expenditures and non-recurring revenues. The capital expenditures, and we'll go through these in detail by department, are budgeted at 13.7 million this year as compared to 8.4 last year. The two significant amounts that are really driving that amount up is there's 5 million approximately budgeted for the fire hall renovation, as well as about 3 million on the Parksville pathway. And so those are very significant projects in that number, but we'll go through the others as well. So you'll have an idea of the detail. As well, the capital and minor capital schedules are in your SharePoint file. And so you can refer to those department by department. With respect to transfers from reserves, you'll see that we have about 13.7, so approximately the amount of the capital expenditures. These transfers from reserves are also funding some of the minor capital that is in the first section of the bylaw. But you can see that we're using a variety of reserves, including using that Growing Communities Fund, although there's some of that funding remaining. Continuing to use, of course, the gas tax and parks reserves related to the Parksville Pathway project. The capital reserves largely fund the infrastructure funding envelope, but we've also used it for other projects, and I'll identify those as we go along. Some of the grants that were received last year are reflected this year in the carry forward. So we recognize those as revenue, but we don't have to set them up in a separate reserve. So a lot of that provincial funding that we received last year is just in that carry forward number and offsetting costs in 2025. Okay, into some of the detail. We'll go through in more detail the transfers to reserves and give council an opportunity to provide recommendations and feedback on that at the November 4th meeting. We'll go through in more detail with respect to reserves, but these are the transfers to reserves that are ongoing. As you can see, they're all in that same column where they've been approved previously by council. Overall, we've got a starting deficit in this core financial plan of $131,000. So at this point, if we were to balance that exactly, that would take about another 1% of taxes. However, we can also look at the ups and downs as we go through this process of making different decisions that are before council. So that's just a starting point. I'm not suggesting at this point that that's what we need to do. And we don't yet have our BC assessment roll, which may contribute more property tax revenue and change that number just on the taxation revenue.
Just as a quick question, the BC assessment roll, when is that actually expected to arrive here?
So we'll get a preview roll on November the 1st.
Okay.
So I'll bring some analysis to council next week at one of our two meetings so that we can understand what the growth number is that is actually showing in the assessment roll.
Great. So that's next week type of thing.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
So that's just the normal assessment duties. They get it to the municipalities by basically November of the.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe the legislated date is October 31st to
Okay.
get that non-market change number. And we often see changes before we get to the roll that is sent out in the assessment notices. So there'll still be changes in numbers to the end of December.
Okay.
And then we receive the final roll on which we base our tax rates March 31st.
Right.
So that's our time frame. But at least it gives us a ballpark of what we're looking at.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a good idea. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just looking at taxation revenue, the number in the bylaw is made up of course, our property taxes, but also the amount of the requisition for the library, which in our own bylaw is an in and an out. It doesn't impact our tax rate, but we do show it in our bylaw. We receive taxes in lieu of property taxes from our utility companies. So like Fortis and Shaw provide us with about $390,000 is in the budget this year. There's debt taxes, which is a local area service that is the last year related to the Resort Way construction. And so this will be the last year that'll be in the financial plan. And then we also receive grants in lieu of property taxes from the province and the federal government. And that's about 64,000. Looking specifically, yeah.
If we could just back up for a second, you said about the 1% utility taxes here, Jetta,
Mhm.
and you're talking about Fortis and so forth. It's a considerable amount, 393,000.
Mhm.
Is that actually for paying taxes for the infrastructure that they have in the ground and that type of thing, or what is it?
Well, how it is described is it's actually based on their revenue within the city, and they pay, there's a formula for these. And so it's not necessarily that they own property within the city, but it is based on their, I guess, access to the city and residents.
So we've named Fortis. What would be the other utilities that would contribute to this?
Sorry?
Is there any other utilities besides Fortis? or-
Oh, yeah. Fortis, Shaw, BC Hydro. Yeah,
And it's pretty well based on their revenue that
the
they receive
revenues. Yep.
as part of the city
Yeah.
parks. So
In fact, they're required to report out on them by October 31st. So my email's been going this week with them reporting because they report the revenues with an estimate of the amount that they'll pay us next year. So we'll adjust this amount based on the actuals once we have all of those.
just as amount of interest. So there's suggesting that you have 2024 was 385,000 and 2025 is going to be 393.
Right.
So that's consider, is it basically cost of living, or is it just increased customers? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly.
I have factored in for the 2025 just a inflationary adjustment. Once
Right.
we have those actuals, then similar to the BC assessment roll, until we get their reporting on what those numbers are, we don't actually know the exact numbers. So the next draft will tweak that. It might be close, but we might be off a little bit as well. So
Okay.
we'll tweak that in the next round.
Thank you. Councillor Wood, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you. Good morning, Jetta. I may have missed this already, but of course, taxes help the city pay for all the services that we provide. Is there a number that we can go with, say, for 1% growth estimate, that the revenue for the city increases, but also the services we provide, there's more wear and tear on the roads and everything else. Is there kind of a baseline number that we can use as to kind of the cost benefit of, say, 1% population growth? Is there something that we use for that?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the revenue goes up, but the costs also go up.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think it's generally understood that in the early years, it's not net income,
Mhm.
that the costs associated with new development and that exceeds it. But as we move into different kind of levels of density and things like that, it'll be interesting to see if those metrics change, right? Because if we can accommodate a whole lot of growth in a 4-story building and our current infrastructure can handle that,
Mhm.
then you don't have a whole lot of new pipes to put in the ground.
Mhm.
However, if that growth requires then investment in a whole lot of new infrastructure or upsizing of infrastructure, then in those early years especially, it probably is not going to be positive revenue after the consideration of those costs. So yeah, it'll be interesting to watch how those metrics change as kind of the look of some of our communities changes with the new housing legislation, especially.
Sure.
Good. Yeah, good point. Follow up.
Is there an easy number for us to take a look at and watch, or is it just kind of like a feel as you look at all of the numbers as we go through the budgets.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at our CAO in case she's got any. I don't think I've ever seen actual metrics,
Sure.
especially for Parksville, but Kiva, are you aware of any real hard numbers? Yeah, and kind of contribution to bottom line revenue versus the expenses.
If I may, through the mayor, we do have, like, we are able to track actual growth through our like building statistics. And we do have a couple of models that we use to project growth, and we've been pretty close or consistent over the last 15 years with those. So we have two that our director of planning kind of combines to kind of get the best of both. They're based on the census. One is a sort of future casting. I think it's called the people model. And then the other one is like a census model based on people coming in and out. And we've been really close to it over the last few years. The one thing I guess I would maybe anecdotally note is that we are seeing a really big change in the type of housing that's being built in Parksville. So over the last 10 years, kind of 5 years ago, we had just single family houses, and now in the last sort of 3 to 4 or 5 years, we're seeing apartments and townhouses, which we had not really seen before. So it will be good to just track and see over the next few years if those people models still work the same. I think they work a little bit closer to kind of the single family or like the 2.5, family members. So, but we do also have a census coming fairly soon, so it should be adjusted for that. But yeah, we could also at some later point do like a lunch and learn or something with the planning department if you guys wanted to get more information on how we track and go over our building statistics and how many people we think are in each unit. We can combine that too with utilities and just kind of get a sense of whether the assumption of like 2 people per unit is really proving out. But yeah, that would be, I guess, my comments on that one.
Yeah, and I think the estimating of the revenue, especially on the utilities side, is changing because we have had that assumption of single family dwellings before, and now the water usage in a bunch of new folios that are apartments is going to be really different than someone that has a yard. And so trying to fine tune our kind of revenue estimates around that. And now that we have had a couple of higher density buildings, I think we've got some data now that we can start to try and build in so that we have to kind of refine our estimates based on, are the new units apartments or are they single family dwellings, and make different revenue assumptions for those, where we haven't had that data previously because it's, as Kiva said, been relatively new in the city.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just, it's in my mind, it'd be neat to see if there's kind of like a point where the density helps everyone else with their property taxes with, hey, we want a pool or we want a pool expansion, we want these amenities, and helps with those costs. And we see it as being a benefit for everyone. That's kind of the idea behind it. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the direction that's going, Councillor Wood, as well, because it's just in my mind, I'm recognizing the fact that 4 and 5 story buildings has a different metric as a single family dwelling. We're talking square footage of land. Now we're filling that air 4 to 5 spaces up with people. The census is such a lousy data point to use because it's all so far behind, and it's more guesstimating than anything. But planning has that as well. But as well as Jetta has just pointed out, another obvious one here was we're talking about our revenue and so forth by people for the water supply. If the water supply, the people that are in the 4 and 5 stories buildings type of thing aren't watering their garden and watering their grass and all that type of thing. So that changes the metrics on the water usage as well. So the payment on that. So it all has a bearing on each other in a good way. Of course, and in this particular case, it's more people and less space. And so it's an interesting analysis to watch it. It is changing. I mean, we just have to look around. We see what our city's looking like, and we see the density that's happening now. So good point. I believe Councillor Beal had their hand up first, and then Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. In the table, how does the bottom figure across, how does that relate to the ones above? Let's see.
Is it somehow there's a mistake on that, unless it's coincidentally the same number. It should be the total.
By $1 million. That adds up to 21, so on. So I'm just trying to understand
it should be the total. looks
Okay.
like there's an error there.
So
Sorry about
neither
that.
one matches there.
Yeah, they should
Okay,
be
thank you.
matching. Wonder how that got funky.
You had your calculator out, didn't you?
I love how you guys with your sharp eyes
Yeah,
are catching this.
That's what I mean. The
Nope,
original.
they should be
calculator.
different numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah.
Nope. What I will make one more oh, do you have a question?
Council Martin has a question.
Okay.
But if you have more, just on what,
Okay.
Anyway,
Council Martin, go
yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jetta, do we have a percentage coming up as to the growth? Like last year, it was 1.5% in numbers. When do we get that? Or do you know it?
Right now, we just assume 1% growth, but it will be October 31st. We get that roll from BC Assessment where we'll see their first estimates at that.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
One more comment I'll just make on the estimate of the taxation revenue. If you happen to look back at what we estimated in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan, the 2025 number is different now, although we're making the same assumptions. And the reason for that is there was a very late supplementary change in the BC assessment roll after the revised roll on which the property tax rates are set. It's highly, highly unusual, and it was very significant. And the manager of finance and I will be meeting with BC Assessment. I think it's in about 10 days to really understand why that was allowed, because typically their processes don't allow for those types of adjustments at that stage of the assessment process. And that's why most municipalities use that revised roll at March 31st to base their rates on. So this starting number in 2024 is lower than the base on which we started to estimate last year in that financial plan. So I'm hoping that this assessment roll will also inform what our starting number is on that. And after the discussion with BC Assessment, we'll have perhaps more insight into why they allowed that this year, but it was impactful to our revenue, and that needs to be communicated strongly to them that their processes are in place for a reason. If we knew that there was going to be changes, we would have held off on setting our tax rates. So I'm not sure how many other municipalities that impacted, but we will be following up on that. So just in case you were looking as compared to last year and wondering why it's not the same number, that's the reason.
And I'm just back onto the property taxes since we're on the slide. I note the increase went from 18.7 to 19.7, so about $1 million up, and it was right there. We also have the opportunity anyways for builders within the downtown core and so forth, to receive a grace period, based on the original taxes. Then it kicks in after 5 years. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, so there's a tracking method when we know that the larger density properties that have a tax relief for 5 years type of thing, it could kick in, and then that could be reflective of what part of that $1 million increase could be the fact that they're now paying the full load as their grace period is over.
Right. And so depending on how that hits with respect to the assessment roll you may see a bump in that year that you actually wouldn't necessarily need to increase taxes as much, because there might be a bump from that coming back into the assessment roll, as well as whatever other growth there was in the year. It's similar to like property tax exemptions where, if the exemptions are changing in a year, there's amounts that change that are included in the assessment roll for taxes. So very good point that when those run out, we will likely see a little bump in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder, as a rough metric, 1% of taxes is about $175,000 to $180,000. So when we're looking at relative costs of things or what percentage increase you might need to fund a certain thing, that's the metric that I typically use.
175?
175, 180, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, in our bylaw, we have a line that is fees and charges, and just wanting to provide you with a little bit of background on this. So the totals look like they're different. This is a positive thing. Again, very little change year over year on this. Again, they're broken down across all of the departments in the city. It does include our solid waste collection fees that we bill out with our utility bills for the RDN service contract on that solid waste collection. And we've got an assumption in there with respect to the rate because their new bylaw hasn't been passed yet. And so once we know the actual increase in their rate, we'll factor that in and double check our estimates on that as well. With respect to grants this year, as I mentioned, they had a drop of about 500,000 from the previous year. So we're back to our typical kind of recurring grants that we get. The small communities grant from the province is typically about $300,000. The share of traffic fines is usually about $80,000, and a share of our prisoner costs through the RCMP contract is about 17,500. We also oh, there's another spelling mistake. Canada Community Building Fund. It is fun.
We think so.
In any case, as you recall, that agreement was renewed last year. So the approximate amount for this year is about $690,000. And what we typically do with that is budget a transfer to reserves, and then council has the discretion to allocate those to projects, or we identify it as we go in terms of what it could be used for. So that grant has a lot of flexibility in terms of eligible projects, including not just capital. It can be capacity building and studies. And so what you'll see in the financial plan is some of the master plans and studies like that. We have used gas tax because so many grants are just for capital that some of those things can be expensive in the financial plan. And it's nice to have the opportunity to use grants like this. We can also use this for a lot of asset management initiatives and projects. And so we have used that in the past as well.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I think when we had our contract renewed with the Canada Community Building Fund, I dug into the contract, and it might be something to keep in mind that if there is when there is a change in the federal government, that it seems like they can break the contract. And I've heard the shadow minister of housing for the federal conservatives speak, and they don't speak very highly of local governments, municipalities, and the housing they're building. And so it's just something to keep in mind that while there is a 10-year contract, it might just be something to keep in mind that if someone wanted to play hardball with local governments, depending on maybe their housing starts, they could take that away. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. What's the emergency program funding? Is this recurring?
Not all of it. It includes the share from the RDN and Town of Qualicum Beach towards our emergency management Oceanside. And typically each year, our emergency program coordinator applies for a grant through UBCM for supplies or for training. There aren't too many years where we don't have one, but they are application based. And so that's also included in there for some training that she's been coordinating last year and this year. Okay, a high level look at the expenditures, and these are the amounts that are included in the bylaw. I like to just look at and see what kind of percentage of the pie these various areas are of our property taxes. And as you can see, year over year, the amounts have actually reduced, but also that the proportions as a percentage of the total expenditures are very, very consistent. And so this year we've got a little bit of a drop in general government, but mostly they've been consistent. Parks and Trails is up a little bit as well. But just for your information, we tend to see that our kind of proportions of the total tax is very similar. Okay, we're going to get into some of the departmental overviews. As I mentioned, All of the departments reflect the collective agreement, 3.5%, as well as council amounts, exempt staff and fire department staff and volunteers all receive that same increase that was negotiated in the collective agreement. As a reminder, where we see items that are contingencies, if they're not used in the year, we just carry the amount forward to the next year. So we only tax them again when it actually gets used. We don't tax those contingency amounts every year. And that's part of building out that reserves policy where we can start to use some of that, because there are many, many budgets, especially on the operations side, that are unpredictable. We don't know what might break or happen or whether in a year. And so having some of these reserves and contingencies allows us to fund that only when it actually gets used and not actually kind of tax every year and build that up. So we'll start to use more of that now that we have our reserves policy. There isn't too much new in here this year on that front, but we'll be bringing more of that to council as we start to build up those reserves. Okay, starting with corporate admin or the executive expenditures, which includes legislative, which is council costs generally, corporate admin, communications and special events, finance, our human resources and occupational health and safety, as well as bylaw and business licenses. As you can see, in total year over year, there's actually been a reduction. There's been a number of different initiatives happening over the last couple of years, including collective bargaining, some software purchases that were included in the prior year. And so although we've got an increase to wages, overall, it's a reduction in most of those with the exception of finance and bylaw. So those reductions are shown. The other thing that we have within this area is allocations to the water and sewer fund, and I referenced that on Monday. So within corporate admin and finance, there's a formula for allocating a share to the water and sewer funds so that that fund is bearing its share of these kind of corporate costs. We'll go through the details of the minor capital and the capital and each of these departments separately as well. On the legislative and corporate admin side, you'll see an overall reduction in expenses. Like I mentioned, there have been some kind of special projects in the last couple of years, so that that reduction offset by an increase in staff still sees an overall reduction. We also had some vacancies with respect to the year-to-date number where the new special events position didn't start until March of 2024, and we've got a full year in 2025 as well. So some changes on the staff front there. There's some different metrics here with respect to number of meetings and public hearings and FOI requests, and that is all part of the kind of everyday work that the staff in this area do. On our communications and special events team, as you'll recall, last year included the addition of a new position in this area with a special events coordinator, and she had a very busy year and continues to be very busy. So the increase there, I think, is mostly reflective of that full year of that position, as well as just general increases. The special events for this area are shown in minor capital. So this is mostly just the staffing and regular costs associated with communications, advertising on the corporate side, our city page and things like that, that are regular recurring communication items. And some great new pictures of the community park. On the human resources side, again, a reduction of about 2% year over year, largely related to those costs in 2024 related to collective bargaining and other special items. And so some metrics there as well, noting that 2024 numbers would just be year to date, so they're not completely comparable to the previous year, but can show relative trends in those various metrics. As mentioned, we've got 110 FTEs, But the number of T4s that we actually issue are more like about 180. So that gives you some idea of, including volunteer firefighters and just turnover in staff. There is still a lot of activity happening for human resources. On the occupational health and safety side, there's a chart there showing the number of WorkSafe claims, which is down in 2024, and some metrics around that. What I would say, also just got notification that our WorkSafe BC rate has dropped from 3.76 to 2.49%, which is a direct cost in the wages and benefits number. And that's just reflective of the great work and the focus on safety, I think, across the city that is brought. We kind of have one person that works in occupational health and safety, but provided these stats as well as noting that reduction in the rate, which will, I didn't get in time to factor into this draft of the financial plan, but we'll see a drop in some of our benefit costs related to that in the next draft.
Well, I just want to point out that's a really good graph we have here. That's a
Yeah.
really good safety features, especially protecting our staff, making sure there's a safe workplace environment. And so I'm very pleased to see that anyway. So I know it used to be handled off the corner of somebody's desk when we first started anyways, council a few years back anyways. And so it's obviously made a difference anyways in protecting our staff and workers. So well done. Thank you for that. And obviously WorkSafe BC thinks so as well, and reduced in the premiums. So that is a really good indicator here.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think that's a great metric to celebrate. Yeah.
Thank you.
On our bylaw and business licensing, we see about a 5% increase overall here. Again, we've got a staffing increase there, and that's a very large part of the bylaw and business licensing costs is our staff team there. The business licenses has small growth and the costs related to the various aspects of bylaw and business licensing are allocated amongst the bylaw team. And the increase this year is also because of, as you know, more focus on bylaw enforcement around the city for a variety of different things. There's a little bit more manager time allocated here, and that's also contributing to that year-over-year increase. As I mentioned on Monday, we always look at the work plan for the coming year and looking at the allocation of especially senior staff time and where our wages are being allocated to. So just adding a little bit more manager time here and reflecting the activities in our bylaw department. Some metrics there with respect to inquiries, noting again that the 2024 number is year to date to September 30th. So it's down from 2023 at this point. Hard to know where we'll be by the end of the year, but certainly nice to see the number of files and inquiries down a little bit. The business licenses there you can see has modest growth. Year over year, again, that's to the end of September. We do sometimes get some late in the year where people are just starting their business or getting their licenses. So that number may still be higher in total for 2024.
Just as a question, if I may, Jetta, on the business licenses, was that reflective of the short-term rentals? So forth, they all had to have business licenses as well. Is that correct? With that?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you? I
Sorry,
think they would have them
if I
prior.
may through the mayor, so they would have required a business license regardless of the provincial changes.
Okay.
I don't think we saw a flurry of new B&B ones, did we?
Definitely inquiries.
Yeah, so I'm just checking with Amanda. We saw a lot of more inquiries,
Yes.
but didn't translate into a dramatic change in the number of business licenses.
Okay. And actually, I wasn't even aware that they had to have a business license. So that
They did before, yeah.
So that was one of the ways of tracking, and that's a good thing. And so that's great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just some more metrics on this in terms of looking at the number of bylaw files and tickets issued. Again, the 2024 number being kind of 3/4 of the year. And it'll be interesting to see how these come out at the end of the year. And we would likely bring that back as part of the amended financial plan in the spring. and a reduction in the unhoused inquiries and files with the high in 2023. So that's also interesting to see that trending quite low as compared to the prior year. Of course, there's still a lot of inquiries and issues there, but looks like last year was probably a significantly higher number than what we'll see this year and the year prior to that. Okay, here's my favorite department, finance. As you can see, in 2024, we did have quite a jump in the number of folios, and that's really reflective, I think, of some of the densification that we're seeing, where those aren't all new single-family dwellings, but when we have a building such as the ones we see on Jensen, a large number of folios get created, one for each of those units. And so that's been quite a lot of activity for our property tax and utility billing clerk in just setting up all of those files and processing that and getting all the detailed information. So she's had a very, very busy year on that front. Some of the items that we've been working towards is one, just moving more paperless and to more electronic transactions. So implementing some software related to our financial statements in the hopes of reducing that paper, and also coordinating with engineering the asset management program. And as you know, we've been doing a lot of work on that, including trying to get it to the point where it's factored into our long-term financial plans so that we can be understanding what the financial impact of that is. So having a dedicated employee working on that has really helped our team. But we do have a small working group also that coordinates with engineering and our finance folks that is moving that process along. Year over year, $6,600 change. So I think what we saw last year, we had some software purchase in our numbers, and this year we've got an increase to the wages. So year over year, very little change in the total cost. Okay, getting into some details of our minor capital projects that are in the budget this year. The administration ones are broken into a few different categories. So the first one being kind of executive type categories that might involve council or departments directly rather than necessarily the public. And so we've had a website redesign that's been working its way forward. So carrying forward some of that into 2025 for completion. Our records management overview, again, trying to make some progress on that. That's funded by capital reserves, so there's no effect on the property taxes for that one. We've been working towards having banners on PCTC and some signage and branding around city facilities. There's been some procurement issues around that, just in terms of trying to find what we're looking for. So we're rolling that forward in the hopes of kind of changing that up a little bit and adding some more signage, as well as re-looking at the banners project that was approved by council a couple of years ago. That community safety contingency of $50,000, just rolling that forward. At this point, there hasn't been a whole lot of use of it in 2024. Our other budgets have been able to absorb the activities in that area. So we'll report out on that at the end of the year, but right now that's just funded with carry forward funding. The CEPTED implementation, which was related to studies done in the prior couple of years, was used to add security cameras, part of the funding for that in the community park. And so that project was essentially completed, although again, that was another one of our procurement issues that just took a long, long time. So I think we're just about there on that. Looking out, there aren't a lot of specifically identified minor capital projects, more continuing with the ones that are already in place, as well as identifying ones that come with the election cycle. So you'll see in 2026, when there's a council election, we have some costs that come up there with respect to laptop replacement and strategic planning. So those are noted in subsequent years.
Jenna, just if we could, on that column under the second line, the website redesign. I noticed it was 22,000 for this year, 2024, projected at 15,000 for 2025. The website design has been an ongoing system. I know we had pressure, to get our website up to date and so forth. So it's not going to just be a blanket brand new website. Is an ongoing process, and we're tweaking it as we're going, making different aspects of the website more up to date. Is that correct in what I'm assuming? And then the second part of the question, I noticed in 2026, there's no projected
Right.
allocation. Is that just because we haven't got there yet, or is it because you think it's all going to be done at the end of 2025?
So I'll take part of that and then I'll refer the rest to Deb. But
Okay.
the first part is that we spent some money externally in 2024 to start the process of identifying the changes, and Deb's been working with them. We aren't complete as of the end of the year, so the remaining funds have been carried forward to 2025 with the expectation that it would be complete in 2025.
Right.
And so once then that's complete, then there doesn't need to be anything in 2026. I'll look to Deb to provide some details of what she envisions for the changes, because I can't provide that level of detail.
Okay, thanks, Jetta. I see multiple microphones being passed to Deb.
It's 6 of them.
Yeah, stereo.
Thank you, Jetta. And if I may, the website is started. I've gone as far as I can go, working with the company that we're contracted to, and had hoped to have it finished by now, being honest. And my goal is to finish it in January, February, March. So it will be a brand new website. It's all being worked on in the background, and at
Okay.
some point,
Yeah.
our website will disappear and there will be a new one with basically the same information, just reorganized.
I see. So it's all in the background. We haven't really seen the tweaks on it yet. Okay, that's
No.
great. Okay,
No,
I'm excited. I can hardly wait for when it's done.
it's actually a bigger job than I had
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
it
I understand.
would be.
It's huge.
And trying to balance the website with LTP, moving some things to File Pro. So it's been an interesting project.
That's great. Well, thanks. Thanks for your great work, Deb. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the final product. Yeah, thank you. You can go ahead, Councilor Gore.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but I was wondering if there was a chance to get some public feedback through Let's Talk Parksville on the website redesign. Some user feedback on what they find is useful or how we can improve our website.
If I may, Mayor, I did a survey back end of the summer, September, and did get some response. I was happy with I think it was about 80 people. And surprisingly enough, the majority of people said they liked it just the way it was, which was not what I was expecting. There were some suggestions. One of the biggest things is mobile friendly, which it's a bit awkward because it's a very old website. It's, gosh, heading up to close to, it's over 15 years old. So.
Yeah, I know it is. It's a stone tablet. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, carry on. Thanks, Jenna.
Okay. The next section is our finance area. We do have some money that we've been carrying forward in the hopes of getting our asset management program to a point where we're ready to implement some software related to it for tracking all kinds of different details. But it's always on our work plan, and we research as things come along. And when we go to conferences, there's often suppliers of this type of software. Whether we actually get to a point where we purchase in 2025, we're still doing the research on it, and it will be a significant change in kind of how we operationalize things. One of the things that we want it to be able to do is to track the maintenance related to assets. And so, yeah, trying to find a software that kind of meets the needs of the bean counters in finance, as well as our operational folks, so that we can track and understand what maintenance is required on different assets. So that's what this is. It's been carried forward for a number of years. The other item on the finance side is an actuarial review that our auditors have been requesting for a number of years. We typically have done a lot of estimates of our own employee costs related to sick time and retirement and all of the things that the actuaries like to look at. And so our auditors have been asking us to do a check-in with a professional, not just our big spreadsheet that we've used for years. And so our estimate on that will be about an $8,000 cost. That's likely something best practices you would do every 5 to 10 years. So it's not something that would be a recurring cost. But it will help us to refine that estimate and ensure that we're at least in the ballpark and not way out, and ensure our financial statements are presented properly. This is the list of provincially legislated items that we started last year. And as you can see, some of those projects have been completed and some are carrying forward. All of that funding received last year from the province has just been carried forward to the subsequent years. So the next gen 911 implementation, a lot of work has been done on that, but there's still coordination to be done with the RDN. And so that project is still ongoing. The Indigenous engagement on EDMA also is something that is planned for 2025, but there have been discussions already. The LGCAP reporting software that was in last year's budget, it didn't, for the city anyway, it was not as cumbersome as we thought it might be. And so we were just going to continue using our Excel spreadsheet and other tracking methods and not add a piece of software on that. With respect to specifically the provincial housing legislation costs, our Director of Planning has made great strides on that this year, ticking a couple of those boxes, and has one more OCP minor update this fall related to that new housing legislation only. So kind of OCP update light. So that'll be finished by the end of 2024, but there are some costs that will be a further OCP analysis in 2025. The other side of that is one of Council's strategic plans was the full OCP update. And
Sorry. Oh, okay.
I just want to make a slight adjustment. It's the housing needs report that'll be finished for 2025, with the OCP light being completed in 2025.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Just some clarification there. The full OCP update you'll see was in the financial plan previously. Last year, we took it out, not fully understanding what all of this legislation was going to mean. It's back in the financial plan now, starting in 2025 and into 2026 to do that full wholesome update. So that's new from last year, but we are carrying forward some of that funding to use it related to all of these projects. The DCC and amenity bylaws legislation and update to that bylaw for the city. Engineering has started work on that and will continue that and complete it in 2025. And that'll be mostly finance and engineering as well as input from planning.
If I can just say so, and on that one, the 2024, we spent 50 grand on that. So that is because they're already, engineering is already looking at the reviewing for the DCCs. Is that correct? And the amenity bylaw, accounts for the 50,000 we're spending this year, but we have double that amount for next year.
Well,
And so it's more wholesome look next year. Is that what it's being?
yeah, in fact, we've just carried forward that it used to be 50,000 in each year.
Yes.
In 2024, we're just carrying that funding forward because we haven't engaged an external consultant or anything. So the time that engineering has spent on it already, we've just taken it as staff time and not added to this, where next year we expect to be engaging a consultant related to that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Gore, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So with the new housing legislation costs, Jetta, I see perhaps a couple of those items below this could come into that, right? Like the OCP update that is required as per the new legislation and the DCC amenity bylaws. And I understand the staff time that will be required to accomplish those tasks. The $150,000 that we previously talked about, could that amount be used towards these costs, or they have to be separate? Find another source.
Yes, the short answer is it could be used towards that. The we got this amount from the province last year. There isn't a lot of tracking required and reporting out, which is unusual for the province. I think it was more, here's some money to go towards it, especially for a lot of municipalities that perhaps didn't have the skills in-house. Our director of planning has been able to do the work on his own so far, and we've just been tracking those hours and matching them to these dollars. We're not sure where we'll end up at the end of all of these things. And so whether we use all that funding or not, if there's some left, then yes, it could go towards the full OCP. We're not sure also on the DCC amenity bylaw, which, by the way, we would have done anyway. That was something that was on our radar. The amenity bylaw is new, but the DCC bylaw update was already on our work plan. So it's nice to get some funding towards that. So yeah, we'll have to see how much time is taken and how much we're able to do in-house versus consultants with respect to any remaining amounts that could go towards the full OCP.
Carry on.
Yes, thank you. I want to know about the Indigenous engagement monies that are set aside every year, about 40,000. Could these only one time? Okay, one time, and we don't plan on using them this year, obviously, so will be carried forward to next year. Could those amounts be used for something like an Indigenous Day event? If somebody comes to council and has an idea, could those monies be used towards that?
CEO Kaler, if you could.
Thank
respond.
you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the mayor. So we are in discussions with the Qualicum First Nation and Anus First Nation on how they would like to work with us to spend that money. There are some very specific requirements. It has to be for emergency management. So it's basically to work together on emergency planning for all of our communities and supporting First Nations to respond to different events. So it could be used, I suppose, for like an expo type situation, like where we had like an emergency expo, if the community said that was something that would be beneficial. But that money was given to us under the EDMA. So it's very specific to emergency planning.
I understand. Thank you. And yeah, that was my oversight. I for some reason thought perhaps it was funding towards like reconciliation efforts as well, but
It is not.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
With respect to special projects, which I mentioned earlier in the context of communications, staff includes the folks that coordinate this, as well as we have amounts within these budget amounts that includes staff support elsewhere in the city, typically facilities and other operations staff. 2024 was the first year that the city had hosted Canada Day after it was previously with the chamber. And so we've refined our cost estimates on that and I believe learned a lot from 2024, which informs the budget for 2025. What you'll note is that we've tried to incorporate the staff cost into those budget lines. So there is a staff support line in 2024 for $24,000. We've kind of redistributed that to the actual events. So the actual cost increase is not as substantial as it may appear. The Christmas event, which is the Cookies and Carols event, continuing again this year. And you'll note that the PDBA joint events at Memorial, the Dance With Me at Memorial events aren't going to be done in 2025 with city staff in any case. And so you'll see that budget is zero going forward. There's another $4,000 in there, which could be used for a variety of different events that may be identified in 2025. With respect to staff support, there's a remainder of $5,000 in there. Staff are called in to support kind of community events as well. And so that budget there is to provide for some of that in-kind support of various activities that happen in the city on the special events side. The significant amount here is the Drinking Water Master Plan, which has started this fall. And so $70,000 is estimated to be spent in 2024. So the remainder of that budget, which was a total of $750,000, is just carried forward into 2025 and 2026, just based on where we expect that study to take time-wise and reporting out in 2026. If you recall, there's also an additional 125,000 contributed from the ERWS that's part of that study as well. The Oceanside track contribution, obviously that was a one-time item in 2024 of 500,000, so no continuity on that into subsequent years. The other item, the last item on this special events list is our It's Your City open house, which is that Public Works and other city departments day down in the community park, which is in the financial plan as every second year. This is mostly meant to reflect staff time. There's not a lot of external costs, but it is take staff time to be down in the park and to provide all the different things that are provided at that event.
Thanks. Jetta, just a comment on the Oceanside track amount here. Just to confirm anyways, that as an update, the track is proceeding nicely. We've had some nice aerial photographs provided by Councillor Fraz to indicate what a great job the track is and how it looks from the air. And went by the track 2 days ago, and they have a one coat of the rubberized surface on top of it. I'm not sure if they're going to get another one because the weather's turning rather inclement right now, but it's well on its way. But all the grading and so forth done, and the infield hasn't been started yet. That'll be done next spring, but it's well underway, and it's a beautiful looking track so far. So it's a great improvement over the previous effort that they called a track. Was certainly not. It was a trail more than a track. But anyways, and so that's it's moving along, folks. And so next spring is definitely the opening on that. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Oh, that's great. I wondered about that. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jetta, I was at a PDBA meeting the other night, and they talked about Happy New Year, and it was very successful this last year. They're going to do it again. They were talking about the electrical and stuff for that. Does that involve our staff to have to turn it on or do something during the day, or how does that work? Do you know?
Yeah, typically
Year's
with
Day.
those events, there would be operations staff that have got to go and coordinate some of
Okay,
those
with the
things.
cost,
But
yeah.
it likely isn't a very significant number of hours as there was with some of the other events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last slide on the administration side is capital projects. If you recall, council approved this PDBA lighting project last year with the start this year at 100,000 per year from 25 through 27, and that's funded with the Growing Communities Fund. And so that's in line starting this year or starting in 2025. There's also an amount for a strategic infrastructure purchase at 2.2 million funded by our general capital reserve and land sale reserve. So none of those being impacted, our property taxes being impacted by those projects. Okay, into IT or information technology. And this team supports, as you can see in the metrics there, about 194 devices between iPads and laptops and PCs and that sort of nature of things. We have been working with IT to develop an equipment reserve similar to what we have for our fleet vehicles, such that we could be putting money aside each year towards all of that equipment replacement. As you can imagine, when we get that many devices, those amounts can add up. And what we're seeing also with IT is the kind of usage of maintenance contracts. So rather than buying a piece of software and then needing to replace it a number of years out, there's just an annual charge related to the use of that software. So the budgeting related to IT is becoming easier and easier each year to kind of annualize the amounts and smooth that taxation required related to that. IT manager Raman has provided some kind of highlights of their year as well in terms of some of their activities, with a lot of focus on security of our systems, and touch wood, glad that we haven't been had some of the experiences of other municipalities, and we have had a couple of cybersecurity audits and are implementing recommendations related to that. As well, the GIS staff that works as part of IT has been working closely with the RDN on the next gen 911 implementation and really doing a lot of great work in supporting other departments with GIS as well. Lots of creative ways to be able to use that to track activities and such. So their budget increase is about 12%, 136,000. This is about one of the only departments that has any type of increase this year. And that's related largely of staff costs, as well as just that changing over of the maintenance contracts and getting those annualized. Saw about a $70,000 increase year over year. And like I say, this is helping to smooth out the annual costs, and we won't see as many peaks and valleys as we have historically on this.
Thank you. And Councillor Bill, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's actually going back to the previous slide, strategic, never mind. And the land, I just had a question about the land sale reserve. I was curious to know how much, what the amount of funds are in there following the strategic purchase that was made.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me not guess for you and I'll let you know later today. Yeah.
Any other questions? We're still on IT.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I could just ask a question, maybe for Raman, I see Raman here. It has AI been expected to provide any assistance anyways in our IT department anyways? Of course, I went to a summit conference recently when I attended a session on AI. So now I know just enough to be dangerous. And but I really, from the experts itself, I was advised anyways that it has benefit in like HR, AI applications and so forth. I was just wondering from a City of Parksville point of view, is it being considered in anything, or where we are on the AI platform would be helpful to know.
Yeah, I think we'll hand that over to Raman.
Yeah. Thanks, Robin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So AI is being implemented in different systems in different ways. So we are utilizing Microsoft 365 a lot here with City of Parksville, and it's been integrated as part of that. We are not as such building our own AI experience in any way because we don't have the resources to do that. But there's one thing that we have mentioned there, implemented MDR system that has also AI capabilities to detect any intrusions within our system. So we are utilizing AI, but it's not built in-house. It's what we get with other systems.
Yes. Okay. That's great. Thank you. And don't go away. There may be more questions here.
Sure.
Councillor Grants. And then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, maybe through to our Director of IT. Cybersecurity is as we know, a big issue and big concern for local municipalities. Is there insurance available for that sort of thing as well? And if so, is that where we're covered?
We do have insurance for that.
Okay, so that would cover if there was some kind of ransomware incident or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that's great. Great question. And finally, hopefully the council will stop receiving those emails from China, somebody trying to ask us to update our website. Or sure, from any country or any person.
Good save.
Does council also get a Microsoft 365 account?
Your account is a Microsoft 365 account.
Oh, it is.
But we do restrict like what council members can use and cannot use. And some of that is because how the requirements from our records management side, that's why we have some restriction for council members, but it's fully available for staff.
Thank you. Any further questions for Raman while she's here? Go ahead, Councillor Grants. I knew you.
I may throw one more in there.
Thank you. Didn't. I thought you'd take over here.
So we've got the new website underway. Is there any sort of cross-pollination between IT and communications on direct integration from the website into our other systems in terms of, say, collecting website inputs and contact form submissions?
We have some integration in place already, like we have some Tempest stuff that's integrated into our website right now. I haven't talked to Deb yet on how we will accommodate it with the new website, but I think it'll transfer over any existing integration, but we haven't talked about anything new.
Okay, great. Because I think there's opportunity to save a lot of admin time with the new website to be able to address people's concerns a little more automatically and not rely so much on admin staff to have to manually reply to people and all that sort of thing.
I'll work with Deb on that.
Yes, and I don't think, as for Councillor Grants anyway, so from our website, I know our mapping tools that are in there. And we know we have some excellent mapping tools in our website, but they're very difficult to access. And so we're looking forward to that anyways, and because we know the information is there. It's just getting into that information is many of our public and developers and builders have difficulty getting into it. So that's great. We're moving in that direction. Appreciate that. Any other questions of this side? Thank you so much, Raman.
Thank you, Raman. One of the items that is already integrated is, say, utility bills. People can log in and look up their usage and billings and things like that. So that alone saves a lot of our finance time. If someone was calling up and asking all the questions, they're able to actually get on there and get a lot of information on their own. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. IT minor capital, a number of different projects identified, some of which are carrying over from the prior year for completion, but you can see that some of them have been completed. The aerial ortho photos, we have that in every second year to update our mapping and pictures of that coordinates with GIS. And that's also in 2025. We've got network switches. The photocopier replacements across the city are all coordinated by IT, and that really helps to ensure that we have systems that are similar, that the photocopiers work with our networks and things like that. So that's actually represents 3 different photocopiers for replacement in 2025. And those are on a regular replacement schedule, just like other electronics. Any questions on that? Well, we've got Raman here as well. Okay. I'll just note at the top item there is a contingency item just for things that might come up during the year. It wasn't used this year, so we do have largely carry forward funding, and whatever small amount was used will be taxed again in 2025. Capital projects for IT, a couple of different projects, the server replacements and the server room UPS replacement. What I've noticed with our IT group since Raman has taken over is she has really tried to kind of consolidate purchases so that we're buying, if we need to buy 3 different servers, let's do them all in 1 year when we might get some cost benefit, as well as just it reduces the administration related to the procurement. So you'll see that we've got $70,000 carry forward related to that server replacement project where Raman made the decision to not do it last year, but let's do it all in 1 year. And it also allows for us to then get consistent and comparable equipment. And so I feel like we've made a lot of strides in our budgeting around IT equipment. And then the server room UPS replacement as well. Once we get the reserve related to IT operationalized, that operations funding number, you'll see there's a bit of a peak in terms of what's required from property taxes of 110,000 this year. What our hope is that that would be operationalized in terms of a reserve contribution, similar to what we've done with our infrastructure funding envelope, such that it would be a regular contribution towards reserves that would be calculated to fund all of those equipment purchases over, say, a 10-year time frame. So I expect we'll have that operational perhaps by the amended financial plan. We've just, now that the council has approved that reserve policy, we'll get that implemented and try and smooth this out so we don't get these peaks and valleys. Any questions on those capital projects for IT? Okay, moving into fire. Is there any need for a break at
Sure.
this point
Yeah,
before we?
good point, Jetta. I'm suggesting a 10-minute comfort break. Right now, it's at 10:21. Let's reconvene at 10:30 if we could, please.
Great.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll resume where we left off with Mrs. Holmes, the next section on fire rescue. Thank you, Ms. Holmes, when you're ready. Carry on.
Okay, we're ready to go. Next is the fire department. We do have the fire chief here with us today, so he's able to answer questions that you may have on these slides. As you can see, year over year, only a small increase of about 3%. Part of that is just, if you recall, last year we added one more FRST position and it started midway through the year. So 2025 will reflect a full year of that, as well as other cost increases related to staffing. If you look at the year-to-date number, that of course doesn't include the payment to the volunteers for all of their on-call hours and such, which is done at the end of November. And so that isn't reflected in that number yet. We'll expect to pay that out then in early December. Just in terms of some metrics around the fire department, and there's a few very interesting slides, but there's 8 paid staff now and a target volunteer on-call complement of about 44, currently at 43. And we'll go through the minor capital and capital. Of course, the most significant capital project being the fire hall renovation or addition or upgrade has been in the financial plan, and you've had discussions around that for a few years. So we have had some initial estimates, and we'll be bringing you more information on that on Monday with respect to funding choices and things like that. Last idea on this, if you recall, last year we started with a 0.2% contribution to the Protective Services Reserve, which is for policing and fire both. I think what we would like to move to from an asset management perspective for the fire department is at least start with the long-term replacement of the apparatus, given it has really restrictive timeframes around it with respect to fire underwriters, insurance, and things like that. It's not a matter of some other fleet vehicles where you've got some discretion on when you put it out to service. So it's something, again, that we can kind of annualize that cost with a contribution towards the replacement of those vehicles, especially now with the big apparatus being a really big number as compared to prior years, and it often taking 2+ years to procure those vehicles. So really being in a place where we've got the reserves there to be able to fund that as those come up. Keeping in mind, of course, that the RDN service agreement provides for recovery of their share of those major capital purchases within the agreement.
Do you need any motion or anything to establish the reserve for the apparatus?
Thank you for that. No, it is established within the reserve. So I think what we would bring you next week as part of that reserves analysis is so you have some idea of what that might look like. And probably that would be a good idea to have a motion prepared at that point if council supports that kind of change.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Vote on
great.
it then. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. And I know last year we established the Protective Services reserve at 0.2% of the property tax. But looking at the incremental costs coming our way, I think it may be time for us to revisit that amount to perhaps be at 0.5. I know we discussed this previously, why it has to be in 0.5 increments, and I suggested we go lower. But looking at, as I said, the costs are a lot than we anticipated. I think maybe a 0.5 is a better number to work with. So there's more monies towards that reserve. Something for the council to, I guess, deliberate.
And I echo that as well, Jetta. Yeah, I was just gonna wait until next week anyways, the same idea, but to give you a heads up on it is maybe a good direction if you can prepare what that looks like.
Yep.
You know, moving to a 0.5, it's a good suggestion, and I think we're all thinking the same thing. That the costs are just exorbitant now for not just renovations and equipment, but apparatus as well. Everything is being jacked up, and I think we have to be more proactive here. So,
Yeah, okay.
thank
Thank you for that. And what we'll do is bring the kind of options, whether you look at it as a percentage or whether we calculate out what it exactly is with a changing number based on the 10-year capital horizon. So,
Sure.
but it could be a combination of two things too, where there's specifically the equipment is often an easier number to identify and to calculate.
Yes, it is.
Where some of the other longer term assets or other equipment, whether that's buildings or kind of incremental pieces, might be something that we could express as a percentage of property taxes as well. And another item to consider on this, and what I've seen other municipalities do, is on the property tax notice, sometimes it is actually broken out. So there's an understanding of residents as to where some of these reserves are specifically going. And it's not just part of that total property tax increase. And I think some communications around that can bring a lot of support for those types of things when they know really specifically that that bump is going towards that long-term service provision and making sure we're renewing those assets with the ability to continue the service at the same level.
Exactly. Thank you. Any other questions, Council? I have a question, if I may, to Chief Norris. We have our 44 as a target volunteer on-call complement, currently 43. So it looks like we're slightly down one. Chief Norris, the question I have is regarding recruitment. I believe it was a year ago you came up with a very robust recruitment, even with the posters and so forth. And I was just wondering, is that something that you plan on doing again? Are you satisfied, or do we have to do another recruitment blitz? Is that part of your plan? Or are you satisfied with your contingent that you have now? Because it seemed to be a very worthwhile project that you put together. And I'm just your comments on if you are looking to do that again, or if you're happy with where you're at.
Well, thank you for the question. Good morning. Recruitment is an ongoing annual event for us. I can only remember one time in my 22 years of career work at the city where we didn't have a recruit class. So our recruitment drive is ever evolving, and we work closely with the communications department to create the recruiting campaign each year. So last year we did step it up significantly with some videos, which you might see on social media, and some visual campaigns like the banners and things like that around the city. So we continue to improve on those. We continue to need to recruit. Since we started this current recruit class, we've already lost 2 people out of that to moving from our area, as well as we lost a regular member who also moved from the area. So it fluctuates constantly. We have been, I would say, lucky this year in that we haven't lost as many members as we generally turn over. However, the year is not over, and we don't know exactly what that'll bring. So we will be recruiting again. The recruit campaign is starting now, but it goes into full swing right after our food drive, the Fill the Boot drive, and then it goes through till about the end of February, at which point we're selecting recruits and getting them ready to come on board.
Right. Thank you for that. And I understand in the past it has been difficult for some of our volunteers anyways to afford to live in the area. So please recognize that our council is trying our best anyways with the latest addition to another one for workforce housing, to hopefully retain, the volunteers that are working for it. It would definitely be applicable to your individuals as well. So we're continuing to try and push the affordable housing project for those individuals. So we don't want them to leave.
If you permit me, I can comment on that.
Yeah.
With some of the construction of housing, both subsidized and just regular market housing, We have seen some of our members move into that housing closer into the fire station and up by Quality Foods and those sorts of things. So that has been a positive thing for us, albeit maybe anecdotal at this time. But if that continues to prove to be beneficial, certainly report on that to council.
Thank you for that, Chief Norris, and to just let you know, we're continuing along with phase 2 of the project anyways along Moliet as well. It's in the early design stages and so forth, but that's planned as well. So we do appreciate that anyways, because and I know the other protective services departments have taken advantage of that as well. And so and that's really good news. We know that there's a requirement that they're within so many kilometers of the fire hall itself that they have to live. And so this is providing that. So thank you for that. Any other questions for Chief Norris right now? I mean, do you carry on as we go on? Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, great. The other item that I wanted to note that was started in the spring of 2024 was being able to provide a benefit plan to members, volunteer members at the hall. And that was something that council approved 2 years ago. So I think that's been received very well by volunteers and can provide vision care and eyewear, and as well as other medical coverage. Looking at the demands on volunteers as we see the growth in the community, we do have a rotating standby crew that's more formalized now than has been in the past. That's been in place for a couple of years. And so looking at kind of where does that go from here? And I think one of the most demanding times is during the daytime, right? When a lot of folks are at work and the ability to respond to calls during that time. So adding the FRSTs on a regular basis certainly helps to provide that daytime staffing and response to maintain that service level that the community is used to at this time. The fire chief has provided a number of slides with interesting stats that show kind of trends that we're seeing in terms of hours and calls. You can see the 2024 here is estimated to the end of 2024 based on the current year's trend. So perhaps down a little bit from last year, but still that trend line increasing overall. I see on the bottom there, the calls for service 10-year average is 569. And yeah, so we're above that in terms of the actuals this year. In terms of fire prevention, some metrics around that with respect to inspections that are done by staff at the hall, as well as public education events, and showing kind of numbers on that year over year. With respect to training, of course, a critical part of what needs to be provided to volunteers and staff both. Some metrics around that, of course, seeing that drop in 2020 that we saw for training across all aspects of the city, which of course included the fire department as well, and a bit of a catch up in 2021, you can see on the numbers in those metrics. So the recruit class, of course, has a lot of upfront training, but there's ongoing training for all volunteers and staff as well. And often when I'm paying the invoices, I see that we're collaborating with neighboring municipalities to do some of that training together for cost efficiencies as well, as far away as Comox and also in Nanaimo. So I think that's a positive thing as well. Getting into fire department capital, there's no minor capital for the fire department this year. We've had a couple projects complete over the last couple of years, but just looking at capital for this year, of course, we'll look at the details on this, but there's been the fire hall addition and renovation for approximately 5.5 million in the financial plan for a number of years, and some design work estimating kind of magnitude type costs, order magnitude type costs this year was done. So we'll be bringing that to council on Monday with respect to some possibilities for changes in funding or timing of that project. In 2026 is a new vehicle, a special ops support cube van in the financial plan at $200,000. And then 2027 and 2029 both have significant apparatus purchases. And we'll see that in terms of looking at how to fund those and perhaps starting to build the reserves towards that. There's a couple of smaller items, PPE cleaning and extrication rescue tools that are also in the capital budget. The fire department, sorry.
Councilor Gore.
Thanks. We saw on the slide the requirement for equipment in 26 and 27, not about 29. What are we looking at in terms of figures for 29 expenses?
That's the next slide.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you. Just one comment on this. The fire department is in the process of applying for a couple of grants related to some equipment. And again, similar to our emergency program area, typically the UBCM has these types of grants available, and the fire department has been active in applying for those, and it helps to fund some of these items. And so we've got a couple in the works right now, and that'll be included in the financial plan once or if they're awarded. Oops, where did my slide go? Seem to be missing a slide.
The one after that should, in mine, goes to policing after that Fire Smart one. Jenna.
It was supposed to be right before right after the fire department picture. Okay, I'm going to tell you about it. I don't know where that.
Councilor Beal has a question here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, it's more of, I just wanted to give a shout out while our fire chief is here to Chief Norris to congratulate him and the department on an outstanding open house that was held recently. I did have a chance to attend. I ate probably more than my share of donuts, but it was absolutely outstanding. Smiles all around and just great activities from CPR to using a fire extinguisher to the hoses to the equipment. It was really great. Thank you again.
And just on that note, did you get any children as future recruits signed up?
To the mayor, as a matter of fact, we did have 2 applications.
Excellent.
Come out of that.
Did they get the plastic fire hat already? Okay, there. Again, we'll look forward in 18 years to seeing them in service. Thank you. Are you okay now, Jenna? You good?
Okay, no, my apologies. I just printed this before we started our meeting and it has disappeared in the hour and 2 hours that we've been in here. So I don't know where it's gone, but what I will tell you is that in 2025, we have most of that amount is the addition to the fire hall, with current funding coming from the gas tax and Growing Communities Fund, $750,000 from Growing Communities Fund. The turnout gear cleaning apparatus is in the capital plan for $50,000, and the auto extrication rescue tools for $60,000. Within the original budget for the fire hall project was about $200,000 from the land sale reserve, and that was meant to be used for kind of preliminary design order of magnitude costs. So there's still about $100,000 of that remaining that could be used for further refinement of the project deliverables. In 2026, that operations cube van is in the financial plan at $200,000. And in 2027 is the Tender 47 tanker truck and tank, $750,000 in 2027. And so right now in the financial plan, those are just funded from property taxes because there isn't a reserve in place related to these. So ultimately, council, if there were funds available in the capital reserve, could use that if you chose. But right now in the financial plan, it's just shown in being funded from property taxes. In 2028 is the replacement of all of the pickup trucks at the fire hall. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we replaced all of those. So it's on a 5-year cycle. And so those are all up in 2028. 6-year cycle? Yep, thank you. And then finally in 2029 is the replacement of E42, and it's at 1.25 million in 2029. Again, funded by taxes at this point in the financial plan. And so those are significant apparatus purchases that require quite a lot of lead time. I think the last one, it was over 2 years that it took from kind of order till it finally gets delivered. And so we try to factor them into the financial plan where perhaps we need to make a deposit at the first order, and then the ultimate payment is a couple years later in the financial plan. So it can kind of look confusing a little bit, but we've had some favorable pricing as a result of providing a deposit up front, or often they ask you to pay for the chassis and there can be some savings around that. So it is beneficial to have those reserve funds on hand to be able to take advantage of some of those opportunities rather than not being able to tax in the year because of whatever other pressures may be there. So it does provide council and staff with some flexibility in making those choices.
Okay, Councillor Dorr, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I see that there's a fair bit of expenses coming our way from the fire department, like equipment wise, what they need. And I think the average is close to 3 million, 2.5 to 3 million a year for the next 4 or 5 years. I have a question for you, Jetta, and one for the chief. Can some of this, rather than property taxes, will come from the DCCs with the new bylaw that we will be adopting, or the amenities contributions?
Yeah, it's a good point. Within the DCC bylaw, the fire department is a new category that we can collect DCCs for. So once the new bylaw is in place, yes, we can. It's hard to know how much that's going to generate within this cycle of replacements. It might be the next cycle of replacements that we're collecting DCCs towards. Part of doing the DCC bylaw update, though, will be identifying these apparatus purchases and understanding how much is as a result of growth versus existing residents. For example, it may be that only 10% of this purchase really relates to growth, or an incremental truck is needed perhaps in 10 years based on population estimates, and that one could be tied more closely to growth because DCCs are only used to fund growth, not to fund what would otherwise be required for current residents. So there are percentages factored into the DCC calculations related to that. So time will tell, but yes, we will be adding that to our DCC bylaw when we do that update next year.
Thank you. For the chief, and pardon my ignorance on this, do you trade in the older vehicles when we do buy the new trucks or whatnot we need?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Gar, we always, when we go out and request proposals for new apparatus, one of the things we ask for is what the trade value of any particular apparatus is, because they are often 18 to 20 plus years down the road. The values are often very small.
So these numbers will not significantly change with the trade-ins, is what you're saying?
That's correct. And then what is typically happening is, for instance, when we replace a frontline engine, I was just reading an article out of Cowichan, so North Cowichan just approved the replacement of a very basic engine at $1.4 million. And so that's where the costs are at. When we replace that engine, the existing engine would, for a municipality of our size, go into reserve. So the engine that would be leaving is actually our current reserve engine, which would be more like 30 plus years old.
So what I just heard is we buy the equipment that's about $200,000 to $300,000 worth, and it's only good for 6 years. Is that correct? Then you have to trade it back in?
No, a frontline engine would run currently. We try to replace it, have it replaced at 20 years.
20 years.
Okay. Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a question through to our chief. And by the way, Chief Norris, you can actually pick these things up so you can be good to your back, just so you know they're wireless. They're unattached. Just a question about looking ahead to the purchase of new apparatus, new trucks. My understanding is that these vehicles are quite customized. Are they not, or is this something? I'm just curious to know, will this need to be highly customized or too soon to tell? And does work on the design or the list of what is needed, is that worked on, I imagine, years ahead? Or I'm just curious about that process.
So they are somewhat customized to the way we specifically operate. So the equipment we carry and what our, our space requirement needs are, how many personnel would like to carry on the apparatus, where we would like the equipment stored on the apparatus, those sorts of things. So there is some customization that happens. So every fire engine, or let's say every municipality usually has a slightly different way of configuring things.
Carry on, Jen.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So again, my apologies for the missing slide. The gremlins are in our midst this week, it seems. Okay, on to policing. And of course, you hear me talk about this all the time in terms of trying to plan, excuse me, for the 15,000 population where we see the bump from a 70% cost share to 90%. In the 5-year bylaw right now, we're reflecting that bump happening in 2027. And depending on what happens with that 2026 census, we are in 2024 recoding $1.5 million of surplus into the Protective Services Reserve that could be used towards that, as well as we had a direction from council last year that any annual surpluses that happen will also be contributed towards that reserve. So in addition to the 0.2%, we are making progress on that. What we also know is that at some point our detachment building will need to be replaced, although it has been difficult to get cost estimates around that. We continue to have those discussions. And so I think it's 10 or more years out, but it is something that as we see the cost of these types of buildings is very significant, we want to also have that on our radar, and we'll continue to try and fine tune those numbers so that we can understand what possible cost implications would be. It is complicated somewhat because it is a regional detachment, so there's a lot of cost sharing between regional district municipalities as well as the province. So I think that's part of the challenge of trying to fine tune those numbers around that. With respect to costs, year over year, we see about a 5.8% increase. And that is partially the addition of one new officer that was to happen in 2024. And so 2025 reflects a full year of that. That position has actually not been filled yet, despite best efforts. And so that's a continuing process. So I expect we'll see a surplus in our policing expenditures this year as a result of that position actually not getting filled in 2024. In 2028 in the financial plan is also the addition of one more officer. So that would take the complement up to 19 officers for Parksville. And so again, that's a bump in 2027 related to the 15,000 population if that happens. And then another bump in 2028 related to that additional officer. Typically, council's direction has been to have that extra officer about every 4 years. Again, we can revisit that. That's not written in stone, and it does require at the time direction to the province and federal government related to that. So it's not something that requires a commitment at this point related to that, but that's how we've done the financial planning in the past. And that'll be at council's discretion at the time, whether to move ahead with it in that year or a subsequent year. And I'm sure that would be based on activity and growth in the city. And so, though, just informing you for that. The other change, there was a lot of change in policing this year, is that the federal government had a mandate that as their public sector employees that work in detachments across the country, as they retire, they would be replaced with civilian staff. And so with each retirement at our detachment that was essentially City of Parksville dedicated staff, we are now adding a City of Parksville employee that works only at the RCMP detachment. So we've had one employee there for a lot of years, and she retired last year. So we, of course, replaced her. If you recall, 2 years ago, we had a request from our local detachment to have one more shared position with Town of Qualicum Beach. So that position is actually still trying to get filled. It's quite a cumbersome process to get this filled because of all of the clearances that are required. So monies I've carried forward related to that funding of that position that hasn't yet been filled are reflected in the financial plan. In addition to those two positions, we had 2 retirements of public sector employees last year that have been recruited. We have people that have been kind of tentatively hired, but they still have to have the clearance. So they're not on the ground yet, but they, at least we've done our part with human resources doing that recruiting. And so hopefully early in 2025, we'll have 4 civilian employees that are on City of Parksville payroll supporting the detachment. What that means for our contract number that we pay to the federal government related to our RCMP contract is that number actually reduces a little bit because it doesn't include those public sector employees anymore. So because there's been such a significant change in those numbers, I haven't yet got updated kind of contractual numbers from the RCMP related to those changes. So I've done best estimates within the financial plan as to reduce a proportion of the public sector employees, add in our wage costs that we know, and then just adjust the contract based on the number of officers. So I still expect we'll have a surplus again this year and next year, just related to the time it takes to fill those positions at all levels. It seems as though it's quite a long process, especially related to the clearance, like months and months, not weeks. So I know HR has been working closely with them to try and define that, in addition to the RCMP wanting these civilian positions to have kind of common job descriptions. And so working not just with what the City of Parksville job description looks like, but making sure that those positions across multiple municipalities are similar, and that whole process around that. So that's been a bit of a learning curve in terms of those are new positions in our collective agreement related to that.
Just as a question, Jetta, maybe for Callie here, are those positions, the civilian positions, are they actually, have they been transfers out of existing City of Parksville staff, or have they been new hires? And my point was going to be, are those positions offered to our staff? Is it a posting type of thing for our staff, or do we actually hire brand new employees just specific for the RCMP?
Yeah, I'll let Kelly respond
Yeah.
to that because she'll know more specifically what our process has been.
Yeah, thank you, Callie.
Yeah, if I may, we had one who was a public service that came over into be under City of Parksville, and then 2 that were external hires.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councilor Gore.
Thank you. So how many of these civilian positions are we looking at in the future? Sorry. That will fall on the City of Parksville to fill?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I did actually reach out to RCMP nationally to understand that.
Right.
And what I understand is we have typically in the past had 2.75 FTEs allocated to the City of Parksville. We, after all of these changes, will have 0.75 left. It seems as though that will continue for some amount of time, just because I think it's a shared position that they need some level of public sector employment there. And that person doesn't seem to be imminently looking at retirement. So I guess possibly we might have another 1 or 0.75, depending on the growth of the number of officers, because I think that they really quite carefully allocate those staff based on files and the number of officers that each municipality contributes towards the detachment. So I don't think imminently we're going to have a huge number. We might have 1 more that then would have cost share with other municipalities. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, one more comment just on the amounts that are here. It does factor in an assumed level of overtime. So if there was a major incident or something like that, again, that's another area where we sometimes see surplus depending on what has happened in the community in the year. But then there's years where there is a lot of overtime and we don't end up with a surplus around that. So there's a lot of pieces that go into the estimate related to policing costs. Any more questions on that? Okay, moving into engineering. Again, you see that there's a very nominal increase in this. Part of this is allocation of staff time, and most especially at the senior level in terms of working and looking ahead at the work plan related to that. So the director of engineering has a little less time allocated to engineering this year and more to other departments. So that's part of the reduction that offsets the increase in the salaries amount. We have historically and in the just about 6 years that I've been here, had a number of vacancies in our engineering tech positions upstairs in engineering. And so currently there are 4 positions vacant, but after the end of next week, I understand we'll only have 2 vacant. So we've made some progress in terms of recruiting to those positions. So that's part of why the year-to-date number is less than the budget, just because we did have some staff vacancies there. In terms of the minor capital in engineering, I'll just flip over to that. As you know, we've had a lot of master plans in progress. Water and sewer have been completed in 2024. Engineering expects that the storm master plan work will also be completed by the end of the year, and the transportation master plan at about 75% completion. So council could expect to see presentations related and findings related to those 2 master plans into 2025. So you'll see amounts there for the transportation master plan carried forward related to that, and that was funded by gas tax. The drainage video assessment program is done both for storm sewer and sanitary sewer, excuse me. So there's 100,000 total allocated to those projects each year. And that's really part of, again, the asset management program so that any issues can be identified early and also contribute to the prioritization of infrastructure projects. As well, that contingency for works adjacent to development or construction is that contingent item, so that if there is a project going on in the city and the ground is open and it makes sense for us to do some work or to do paving or anything else, that's there. It would only be taxed in a year if it was used in the prior year. Otherwise, we would carry the funding forward on that.
Hey, Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And is that amount coming from the unrestricted surplus for that work?
It's funded initially by taxes.
By taxes?
Yeah, and then going forward, it's funded by the carry forward, yes.
I have a question regarding the brownfield phase 1 and 2 assessment, dedicated $20,000 to 2024. Comment or question I would believe probably to Mr. Boven. Is that referring to the industrial way properties? I would just be guessing at the addresses, or which site is that referring to, Mr. Bolton?
Thank you for the question. That is the old landfill site that we were looking at to potentially place a pool.
Right, and so that is like the I call them test wells anyways that are currently on site there type of thing. Are they providing any initial assessments at this point? And if so, or seeing there's nothing allocated for 2025, is that due to be completed by end of 2024?
Thank you for the question. We're actually expecting a work plan from the consultant in December, so it was too late to include it in this budget cycle. The test wells that were drilled last year didn't go deep enough, so they didn't hit the water table, so there was no data to collect. One thing we're finding with this plan, though, is, and the consultant is being somewhat cautioning us, it is an old landfill site, so the more you look, the more you're going to find that it's an old landfill site.
So are we suggesting that the wells have to be re-drilled to get down to the water table, or are you going to assess it with the data that you have?
They need some water to assess, so the next work plan will include drilling deeper wells.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that plan the drilling of deeper wells still in 2024?
No, we're expecting a work plan for that work for 2025. We don't have the numbers, so we haven't brought it forward as a budget item, but that could potentially be included in the amended budget or the spring budget. Since the pool initiative has kind of fallen off the wayside, we haven't put this as a high priority project, but if council wishes, we can step it up.
Yeah, I just from my own personal perspective, I'm aware of that site. And I'm also cognizant of the fact that it could be valuable for many purposes, recreation, etc. And so I'm looking forward to that. I was hoping to have a report to actually analyze what is happening. It's unfortunate that we have to redrill the wells because I thought we were just collecting data from the water table, but if that's not the case, I think it would be helpful to get that information sooner rather than later, because I recognize that time is marching on. We have 2 years left in our term. I know in 10 years' time, everybody at the table will be here still. I'm pretty sure about that, looking around the table. And but at the same time, it would be nice if we had that information earlier rather than later, because it's very much a proactive part of it. Fits into our strategic plan that we have in place with this council. So just my comments, Mr. Bolden, if we could, I was expecting it at the end of this year type of thing, like at our halfway mark. So it would be good information for us to have. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would just like to echo the mayor's comments. I think it would be very helpful to have that data and have that, even if the pool, the topic about the pool has shifted somewhat, but I know going through the past records, that area has been identified as, possible sports fields, other opportunities for recreation. And so to have that information to then make some future decisions around that, be it at this table or a subsequent one, I think would be very, very helpful.
Great. Councilor. Okay. Mr. Bolden.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just thanks for the feedback. I'll press the consultant to provide us that work plan earlier than later so we can get it in the 2020 in this budget cycle and do the work in 2025. That's pretty possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Gore.
Thank you. Jetta, so going back to my previous question about the $100,000 that we will be taxing people to do the works as development occurs. Just help me understand this. Why are we not using reserves for that? And so that we can tax as needed, rather than, to me, it feels like we are kind of creating a reserve again with this amount.
Yeah,
which is close to 0.75% tax increase.
right. So there's a couple of parts to this. One is the reason to have the contingency in the budget is sometimes these opportunities present themselves without any notice. So for example, someone starting a development, they're digging up the site, and it provides an opportunity. One, if there's infrastructure that would otherwise need to be repaired, we can save money because a lot of that work has been done to open up the land. Or they've connected to, say, sidewalk, and there's a short section of sidewalk that while their pavers are out, we could complete a section of sidewalk that was not done. So it allows staff to respond to that rather than waiting to go to the next council meeting to ask council to amend the financial plan to provide the funding for a specific budget. So the reason to have it here and for it to basically rotate, because it can go years without being used, right? Where that contingency just rolls forward, is that you just tax it the once and then it doesn't get taxed again until you actually use it. So say, for example, in 2025, we've got 100,000, it's fully funded by carry forward. If a project came up in 2025 that cost $20,000, then in 2026, we would only tax for the 20%. And they would be projects that might otherwise cost a lot more money because we would have to mobilize related to that. Does that help?
It does. Sorry, yeah, I didn't see the carry forward there.
Nope,
It
no
makes sense.
worries.
We're not taxing every year.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of other comments in terms of activities and engineering. They really do support a lot of different departments as well as ERWS and AWS. So again, as with other areas, we look ahead at the work plan and try to allocate especially senior staff time to those different areas that are supported, as well as engineering works closely with finance on our asset management program and participates in supporting that as well. And finally, the infrastructure capital works that you see in operations are typically coordinated and led by engineering staff. So they have little pieces of staff costs, et cetera, as well as supporting a number of different departments in addition to planning and some development files as well. Okay, looking at our emergency program, again, just minor cost increase year over year. It's mostly staff time in here. As you know, we have one emergency program coordinator who works closely with the other emergency program coordinators, especially in town of Qualicum Beach with respect to training, as well as regional initiatives such as our EMO program and our ESS volunteers. Within the revenue that we looked at earlier, there is the share that the RDN and Town of Qualicum Beach pay towards the cost of that ESS coordinator, and it's about $22,000 each. So we each pay a third towards having that regional service available in the event of an emergency. Last year, in terms of the capital project, council approved of the replacement of the antennas on this building and the Jensen Center. That's been a bit of a procurement challenge. So it looks like we're hopeful it will be done by the end of this year, but it did take us 2 RFPs to get that done with costs all over the place on this one. So right now we've got a contract that has us doing that work within budget, thanks to the efforts of our emergency coordinator with support from the director of engineering.
Question through the mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I'm just curious, I've noticed a large antenna on top of Craig Street Commons. Is there any relationship between that and what we have?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But it is a critical piece of the infrastructure in the event of an emergency. So I'm glad we're going to be, the last one, if you recall, was hit by lightning on this building. Our emergency.
Did they have weather back then? Sorry. Did they really?
When they didn't say what's the weather in Parkville, coming from that.
Oh, perfect.
Our emergency program coordinator has provided a number of different metrics and measures on these slides that are really interesting in terms of the actual high level of activity that goes through our one-person department, and with a lot of collaboration with our regional partners, which is fantastic to see, including on grants where perhaps we'll secure a grant and kind of coordinate it and cost share with the region and Town of Qualicum Beach. Town of Qualicum Beach might secure a grant and share that with us as well. So she's highlighted a couple where Qualicum Beach had a $60,000 grant with respect to ESS training and equipment. The RDN had an $88,000 grant related to evacuation route planning. And so she's working with both of those local governments to find efficiencies that are beneficial to the whole region. We have been coordinating a UBCM grant related to EOC training and supplies and have had quite a lot of training in this last year. In terms of some of the other stats with respect to cold emergency and heat emergency responses, responding to that, there's been 284 hours of emergency management training and a number of public preparedness education presentations. I don't know if any of you attended the emergency preparedness event a few weeks ago that was in town of Qualicum Beach, but I understand it was very well attended and really a great event. But she's noted here that there were information booths from over 30 local emergency management partners. So I think those types of things are really great for our regional residents, and collaborating, of course, saves us all money by doing it all together.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you. It's good to see that at emo side of things, we collaborate with the RDN and Qualicum Beach when it comes to accessing the grant funding. I'm not sure if Qualicum Beach or the RDN have emergency staff, like emergency management staff. They do?
They do. Yeah.
Okay.
Both.
They both
Qualicum
do.
and RDN.
I see.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at perhaps some of the operational expenses be shared as well, because this is a regional service that's being provided, but they already have staff, so.
Right. No, it is a great model that's worked very well in terms of each of those local governments having an emergency program coordinator and sharing a lot of these types of things. So I feel like we end up then more than 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. We end up with this kind of real expanded program as a result of working regionally. And I believe it has been recognized by the province in terms of how well, and they really are bringing out direction for more regional type services like that. And I think that is has been informed somewhat by our experience here.
Yes, and I can confirm anyways, as far as the collaboration has been intense lately of such bringing actually, I might say, the RDN up to speed. And our department here, Kate and so forth, with the EMO here in City of Parksville and the town of Qualicum Beach have been very instrumental in coordinating it. It was more of a regional aspect, because if it's an emergency, chances are it's going to be regional. So it's very good that they've done it, but they have experienced savings in costs as well, because training aspects and so forth is a combined effort. And so the cost to provide that training is shared anyways by the 3 different groups. But our people are getting excellent training. In fact, such good training that they're being asked to help other areas develop their own plans. So I can say that there's been cost savings, but also efficiency savings as well. That's been very well received. And I know the RDN is appreciative for all the help that our staff has been giving them. It's been a good process.
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, definitely. I think the council as well as the community members appreciate the work that our EMO staff has done previously, whether it was emergency weather events, looking out for the vulnerable folks out on the streets. If you can go back a slide, please. I was just a bit curious about the operational cost as $250,000. Is it for one staff member, or is it more that I'm not really aware? The reason I bring it up again, I do think this is again provincial offloading onto local governments, where emergency preparedness and emergency management is mandated by the province, all the regulations and things that we need to have in place. We are collecting property taxes for the core services. Now this has become a core service. I personally think this should be a provincial responsibility. This position should be funded by the province. So if you can speak a little bit about the operational cost, $250,000, what does that all include? If you know.
Yep, for sure. Thank you. So those costs include obviously our 100% emergency program coordinator, as well as a share of other staff that might participate. So Director of Engineering also oversees emergency preparedness. And so there would be a share of his time in there as well in terms of staff costs. Then there's the costs that are our shares of all of these regional programs. So with respect to EMO, we typically kind of coordinate the costs associated with EMO, but that's offset by the revenue that would go against that. So the $44,000 share that comes from the RDN and the town of Qualicum Beach would offset that, as well as any of these regional functions, say the Emergency Preparedness Expo. our financial plan only reflects our share of those costs. Any recoveries or shares that we are being paid are not reflected in the financial plan. This would only be the cost. And I think then Town of Qualicum Beach does exactly the same. And in some ways, it allows our one department of one to have a bit of a department of 3 or 4 and be able to collaborate as well as just, yeah, talk about different things and have learning amongst that team, which that works so well together.
Thank you, if I may. So whenever the province, let's say, declares an extreme weather event or any of those emergencies where we are expected to provide that service, are we allowed to bill the province for the staff hours or any of those expenses?
So that depends, as I think Kiva went through a little bit on Monday, is that if it's staff time during the day, we typically can't recover that, but we could recover it if it was overtime required. But if there are costs related to having that EOC open, if it has been mandated by the province and we have a task number, then it doesn't really even flow through our financial plan. We just charge it to a recoverable account and then bill the province for those costs related. So it wouldn't show up as an expense in terms of those external costs beyond staff time of Kate's. So that would then be a billing, and there's a process, of course, around billing the province and all of that, but it wouldn't flow through our financial plan. Like, we don't plan for, okay, we're going to assume 3 events and there's a cost in there. That's not on the radar. It's really about that ongoing emergency program management, emergency preparedness, as well as our ESS volunteer program and coordinator.
Thanks, Jenna. Thank you.
Okay. Chad, just one more slide on some stats. Just we have 20 ESS volunteers and 14 emergency communications team volunteers. There is an office in the Jensen Center where they do some of their work, and including the ham radio folks that come in and test that and practice, which is always interesting. They used to use the office in the finance area, and I kind of thought that was interesting, but they haven't come around since COVID. And then just looking at the training that is provided and coordinated for our ESS volunteers and our ECT volunteers, it's a lot of commitment for those folks. So some of the costs that is in our financial plan is our share of doing some celebration around that, like a year-end event, and providing supplies for those volunteers is part of our share of the costs related to them. Okay, and looking at capital and minor capital, we talked about the antenna, so that we're hoping is going to be complete in 2024. If you recall, that was funded by Growing Communities Fund, so that wasn't an item that was required from taxes. For minor capital, we've got a couple of UBCM grant funded items, a training program, and then some training and equipment. So that's on the minor capital side. Okay, into community planning and building. So this, of course, is led by Director of Planning and includes both that planning function as well as our building inspection function. We have 2 building inspectors that are reflected in that financial plan line there. And then the rest is the planning function with our staff down here just next to finance here. Our Director of Planning has provided some stats in terms of year-to-date for 2024, and interesting to see the way those graphs go and some of the value related to planning value and the value of permits. Again, very nominal increases in this area, really just related to staff time. Most of the costs related here are staff time. There are some fleet costs for building inspection, but mostly this is staff. This fun, colorful graph as well. One thing to note with respect to the rezoning applications, the Director of Planning asked me to note that those are ones that are completed in the year. They don't necessarily reflect that there could be a dozen or 15, as there currently are, in progress. So it's only when they're complete that they actually get noted in terms of these graphs, as just the way our system works. Each year when we're looking at revenue related to building permits and things like that, it's of course really difficult to project what that might be. And so what we try to do is once we get to the end of the year, we might tweak that number in the next version of the financial plan in the spring, just based on where we see that going in terms of development. But as is the case, sometimes you don't know who's walking through the door on a day, and sometimes Blaine also has a really good idea of what might be coming in the next year. So we'll try and work with that. As Marley mentioned on Monday, there is some accounting work that needs to be done on some of this revenue with respect to a new accounting standard. So we're also going to try and make sure that the financial plan reflects the numbers related to that once we've done the work on the adjustments related to that at year end.
Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. I just want to speak a little bit about the building permits, and a couple of community members reached out to me and perhaps the staff where they had issues with the houses they were living, newly built. So when building permits are issued, I guess the developers or the builders, they pay a fee to the city, correct? Permit, yes. Permit fee. And once, let's say we receive a complaint from community members that looks like my house is substandard or it's not meeting the code, the subsequent inspection that needs to be done and the staff time and whatnot, who pays for that subsequent cost that's incurred by the city to do the inspection and reissue or revoke the permit, the whole process?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore. So any new building, residential building is required to be part of the provincial home warranty program. And it's through that avenue that someone would, if the builder isn't remedying the situation, it would be through the provincial home warranty program that someone would get building deficiencies corrected. There would be no cost to the city. It would be through that warranty program.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. The RDN has said in its public there has been significant issues with some developers, skirting around the issue, and cost recovery sometimes can be very difficult on those. Question on the graph, Jetta. These are completed, so supported and completed all the way to approval, but the ones that are denied, they're not shown on this graph, are they?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Wood, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to planning. Similar question in terms of this is applications and not units. Is that correct?
If I may, through to Councillor Grants, that is correct. That is applications. On the previous slide that Jetta had with the building stats, you'll note that the number of the trend is we're having multi-unit buildings. So the number of permits are going down as far as building permits, but the number of units overall are increasing, as well as the value of construction. Yeah. So the middle slide showing the permit volume, but the actual number of units that are being yielded on the far right are going up, generally speaking, and same with the value on the far left graph.
Maybe a follow-up then.
A follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you. So the applications then, is there an application fee related to the number of units? Is it different depending on the number of units versus?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Grants, it's based on the value of construction.
Thank you.
So to confirm, Blaine, then the value of the permit cost is based on the value of the construction. So is that how do you come to that number? Like the value of the construction, that must be, like construction costs are like this. So
if I may, Mayor, so part of it is the architect would put together their evaluation, and then the building inspection staff kind of do a smell test, and if it seems off, then we also have Marshall Swift, which is what someone would use to do a building performa, and they would do their own valuation to, based on that, to sort of see you know, how close they are. So it's an art and a science, but at the end of the day, it's actually done very well by our building inspection staff.
I'm going to put you on the spot here a bit here. If, since you're here, what would be the average building permit fee for a single family dwelling? And then as compared to what would be the average building permit fee, say, for a building like the Mosaic? And I'm just talking rough and dirty, and I'm not recording this, so I won't. You know what I'm saying? Let's start with a single family dwelling, just roughly.
If I may, Mayor, I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I don't do the building permit intake, so I just off the top of my head, I would be totally giving you a wrong number, but I can certainly have that number for you for this afternoon.
I think that's yeah, and both like for the multi-units as well. All that from my perspective is that I see an awful lot of building permit fees and so forth because the checks I'm signing and the amounts that are the deposits and so forth that go back. And I was kind of blown away actually by how large those numbers were. And so I think it'd be beneficial to council to understand how much like a building permit when the case takes a building like the Mosaic, like Berwick, you know, as compared to a single family dwelling. I think it'd be good for council to have that knowledge comparatively so to what the building permit fee process looks like and the costs that happen even before the ground is broken and so forth that is by the landowner. I think it would be just valuable information if you could. Thank you.
I'd certainly be happy to provide those numbers. And I do know that after taxation that, you know, the building revenues are probably one of the biggest contributors, positive contributors to the city's budget.
Yes, and I see that by the amounts coming in. So, but I think it would be helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? So I'm recognizing the fact I'm watching the clock, Council. I was going to suggest we break for lunch at noon, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that the staff we have here today are for your benefit to ask some questions that we encourage you not to do all through the term because they're so darn busy type of thing. And of course, everything has to go through our CAO, as you know. But we have them here live and in person right now. So even you know, just kind of around the presentation we've already had in the last couple of days. But if you know everybody that's here, now would be the sorry to jump in between here. So does everybody know everyone that's here? And I think it's important that you do. Kiva, I know their first names, but I'm going to ask if you can introduce, and we also have a guest as well. A guest, sir. Thank you for joining us today here. But at the same time, starting with Mr. Denton, if you could just kind of who the people are and what their titles are, I think that would be helpful for council because I see these people every day, but everybody does.
Sure, I will do that. And I'll try to speak into the microphone, I guess, but as you turn my head back. So Mike Denton is our capital asset accountant. Do you want to wave or something? And then we have Graham Gidden, our manager of parks. He's trying to blend in with his high vis vest.
Not good camouflage.
And Keith Martin, who is our director of all things down at Ops. So Simon's not here today, but Simon is the utilities manager and he's in Keith's department as well. And Deb, everyone knows Deb already. Kelly Kalanchi is our HR expert. And Marley, you guys know. Blaine and Sean, I think you both know as well, or everyone knows. And then Amanda.
So council, so if you've had questions that are just burning, you know, waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's applicable to any of those people, because I know that's what we do, right? So if it's applicable, please ask the question now, and I'll give you, you know, a good chance to ramble on here if you like, because we don't get this opportunity often. So anybody have any questions? If not, I don't know, is the same amount of people going to be here after lunch?
Yes, and if I may, most of the staff will be here during lunch for those casual conversations that council might want to just chat one-on-one or ask questions about specific things. So we'll all be milling around and available during the lunch break. I think everybody that's here.
Sure. Yeah, and as I say, I just want to leave that open anyways right now for anybody if you have any questions. I only have one question. I see Graham came in. Did you bring any pickleball courts with you? No.
Sorry.
Get a bigger pickup truck. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Gore, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just ask Graham, any update on the possibility of relocating the Beach Fest site over to where the washrooms are? Is that still a go or sorry?
Sorry if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
That is in the budget. So that item will be discussed as part of the council direction that we need, and we have some slides and information. So if that's okay to wait, it'll come up anyway.
Yeah.
You can ask them during lunch.
And I'm going to at this time ask if there's any questions from the gallery, from any people that are watching in the gallery or online, Amanda, if there's anything come in so that we can recognize any public input at this point. Okay. Yes.
I'd like to know how much is being expended for the unhoused.
Sorry. Yeah, that's, we don't have that in our budget, sir.
So it's zero.
Yeah, there's no ministry as such of the unhoused from the provincial government. It would be a provincial or
the city doesn't spend anything.
for the unhoused.
Yes.
Well, we spend a considerable amount of money, sir, with our bylaw compliance, our police and services, and our fire rescue. Spend a considerable amount of time on making sure.
That's enforcement.
No, social services provided. That's what it is. It's not just enforcement. It's also our bylaw compliance officers do an awful lot of providing social services and doing recommendations for those that are unhoused that we find to make sure that they know where and if what services are available.
Are these recommendations public?
Are these recommendations public? It's available on the websites for the different agencies that provide it, whether it's Island Crisis Care Society, whether it's the SOS, whether it's
Private charities.
sorry.
Are you aware that
They're nonprofits, sir.
the Oceanside Task Force homeless website hasn't been updated in close to 2 years?
That has nothing to do with us, sir. That is a totally separate entity. If you have an issue with the task force, then I suggest.
Control.
No, we have no control over that, sir.
Of course you do. With
No.
bylaw and private security.
But that is a private agency that is running that, sir. They're running it at their
How
own.
much city pay for private security?
That is a totally different question, sir. It has nothing to do with our budget. So private security, and we have security that runs. You see, we have security outside right now.
Where
Type of
would I
thing.
find that?
You can go to if you wish. I'm not sure. You could probably come into our administration, but this is not really pertaining to what we're discussing today, our financial plans. CAO, Kaylor.
Thank you. If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the city has a number of ways that it supports social services in the community voluntarily. So we have permissive tax exemptions for nonprofits. That's roughly about 225,000, 250,000 each year that council forgives for those agencies that own property and are delivering social services or cultural services or recreation services. And the city of Parksville has also donated significant land. So Orchid Place, for example, is on city property, and that is at no cost to the operator or to the province. And as council is aware, we're also in the process of working with a nonprofit to provide affordable housing for workforce residents. We do have other areas where we have donated land for recreation and social sort of, not so much for the housing piece, but social services for other purposes. And then the other piece, as you mentioned, we do provide outreach services through many of our staff. And then we basically liaise and work with those social service providers on a lot of the advocacy, which is a part of your strategic plan. But it is not a core service of municipalities. Yeah. So we do not have a social service department or a social planner that is delivered by the province. And the July presentation that we had for council outlines some of that, if anyone wants to look at that staff report.
Right. That's right. And the DCCs are actually provided as well. So that kind of explains that we do have.
All these nonprofits are not doing their job. They're not providing full weather shelter.
Sir, as you just heard from our CAO, I cannot comment on what the nonprofits are doing or not doing in it. Recognize that the city of Parksville does not provide social agency work here because we simply don't have the capacity. And that is not, we're below 14,000. So what we do is we do exactly that. We're providing the housing and providing land for the housing. We have a very large project. You talked about the unhoused, a very large project that went up behind Quality Foods on Molliet there, and it was totally on
the street or unhoused.
Yeah,
the city of Parksville live here.
That is exactly true, sir, and that would be a provincial and federal responsibility.
But
and if you have,
the city interferes a lot with what the province wants to do.
Well,
From what I understand, it was money made available from the province, but the city has not extended itself to take advantage of those funds.
Well, sir, I'm not going to get into discussion with you on what we have or have not done, sir, at this particular point, because there's an awful lot of facts that you're espousing that are particularly not true. So I'm not going to have it. Pardon me?
Which facts aren't true?
I'm not even getting in a discussion with you. If you want to talk about the financial plan that we have right here, right now, you're welcome to attend, and I'll extend further questions. But you're not. You're going into a much larger situation here. So I'll ask to end this conversation right now. Thank you. Okay, we carry on. Any other questions from council? Thank you. Jetta, carry on, please.
So the next section that we would be covering is the whole operations area. So I'm just wondering, given time, should we break now and before we get started, or do you want to see how far we get in the next few minutes before lunch is here?
Carry on just
Okay.
a few minutes here, sure.
Great. Okay, operations area is about half of our staff, or perhaps even a little bit more, and includes parks and trails, our facilities, fleet, roads and drainage, and water and sewer, although as you know, they're in a separate fund. But all of those staff are housed in our operations yard in the industrial area. And what we'll do is go through kind of section by section with respect to costs, as well as minor capital and capital projects related to those areas. Starting with parks and trails, you can see with respect to the operations costs for this area, a nominal increase of about 3% or $62,000. Again, with a large contingent of staff, a lot of these budgets are largely staff time. And this is probably one of the most difficult areas to budget for staff time, because depending on work plans, depending on weather and what's happening in the community, they might be working on different areas, and it's not necessarily exactly the same every year. There's projects to be done and responding to what's happening in the community. So, but overall, we do have a large staff contingent, and these cost increases do reflect that collective agreement increase for them. There are also a lot of contingent type budgets in here, and Marley made reference to those on Monday, where we have an amount in there for snow clearing. We're not exactly sure what the year might bring to us, or all kinds of different road maintenance items or parks items, depending whether it's a drought year or a really rainy year, changes the work that they'll need to do. So within the new reserves policy, we've provided for some of that. Well, for example, the snow clearing, we'll start to build a reserve on the years where it's a very mild year, where we can take that surplus and put it in for the years that we have a really bad snow year. So we'll start to bring back to council the reallocation of some of those surpluses now that we have that policy in place. Some of the significant projects for 2024 is just kind of some of the finishing work in the community park. Some lighting. You have mentioned the boardwalk renewal. There was a total of $80,000 in each year for boardwalk renewal, $50,000 in the capital, which is meant to represent a section that physically gets replaced every year, as well as there's $30,000 in the minor capital that may or may not get used, but is meant to possibly supplement that, but deal more with the maintenance items, so not the wholesale replacement. So what we're wanting to do with the 50,000 per year in capital is allow for the renewal of that boardwalk, you know, every 10 years or what it might be, that all of those sections would be replaced and kept in good condition. But there is always regular maintenance that needs to be done as well. The Springwood Park dugouts were updated. That was part of the 2024 budget. And we did refer to the community park security cameras as part of our SEPTED program being installed in the community park. So just a couple of recent pictures there from down at the park.
Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So in terms of lighting in the community park, if perhaps Graham can speak to this a little bit, what the plan is. I hope the lights are cognizant of the wildlife near the beach. There's not too bright. And also the security cameras. Where are we planning on? Okay. Just about the lights, if we can get some input. Thank you.
Good idea.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. We have a small, sorry, some crouching seems weird. There's a small project ongoing right now, which is 4 large pathway lights between the new washroom building and the beach, the old beach washrooms, along the new pathway. And those are cutoff lights, so those stop light pollution. So it's only forcing light down on the pedestrian level. So they're also low posts. They're only 12 feet tall. So again, very specifically located, and there's only 4 for that. And they also are going to be on sensors, so they're not going to be on all night long as well. And additionally, we have catenary lights being installed in the gathering plaza to increase light during events. Again, not being on all night. They're just for special events.
Dark sky. Yeah. Dark sky. Yeah. Thanks, Graham. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
I'd just like to make a comment. It's not a question. I have a constituent who happens to be a neighbor, and she writes all sorts of letters to me, and quite, you know, a lot of talk, really push. And she was after the boardwalk, you know, why isn't there, all of a sudden it was done. I said, I'm magical. You know, I didn't know that it was going to be done, and we had a little laugh over it, but she was really on to me about this. So I thank you for the boardwalk. It was like it was magic that I produced it within about a week from the time that she sent me the letters. So anyway, thank you.
Good job, Councillor Martin. Way to go. Thank you. Okay, carry on, Jenna. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the comment about the boardwalk. As you'll note this year, we're pulling bits and pieces of our asset management program into various budgets as we identify opportunities. One, to smooth kind of the cost out over a number of years so we don't have these peaks and valleys. But when we're staying on top of that renewal and the maintenance, we don't get into those catastrophic situations that we were talking about, nor need to have like a significant repair that's millions of dollars all in one year. So I really like how we've kind of implemented the boardwalk renewal over a number of years and just have it at a set amount per year. And then Graham, you know, basically does what that amount can buy in a year. So it also allows you to kind of respond to whatever cost escalations might have happened and stay within those budgets.
Perfect. Okay. Councillor Price has a question, then I'll go to CAO Kaler.
Thank you, through the mayor. It's a pretty generic question there. Just on the last slide, notice with the new shade features coming up around the gathering space and that. What are the plans for other shade features through that community park? And the reason why I ask is before we did the rubberized surfacing, there was a number of trees out through the playground area. And I know they were tried to maintain them when they put that rubber surfacing down, but I don't think they were able to last for too long. So there were some shade features that came down, but it gets pretty hot in there. And we have some benches around, some tables around for the water park too. But while parents are there watching the little ones play, they're kind of baking out in the sun without, really any way to cool off, aside from going to the sidelines, but they go pretty far from the park. So is there any other shade features that are going to be implemented around the area, or particularly through the playground as well?
I'll refer over to
Go ahead,
Graham
Graham.
on that.
So the question was if there's going to be introduction of any other shade features in the gathering place area.
Thank you. And through the mayor, currently there's nothing planned, but there has been quite a bit of discussion on that matter. And although we have lost a couple of trees around the playground, we actually increased the number of trees with the development around there. But the discussion about adding a shade feature in the playground area would have to be analyzed and looked for space for including poles for the shade feature that wouldn't interfere with the fall zones that are required for all the play equipment. It's a little bit challenging, but I think it's actually achievable if that's something that the council wants to move forward with as a project. But there's nothing on the table right now for that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it'd be something worth looking at, particularly the bench areas and that where people are going to be resting. It's a good spot to kind of put it. It was a great addition having by the water park those tables there and the benches, because you often just see parents standing around holding all this gear and nowhere to sit down and baking over the concrete. So maybe it might be easier if they're put along with some of those resting spots like that. But yeah, anyways, I think that what they see in that picture there too, it's a great addition to it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. CAO Kaler. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention on the boardwalk item, that was actually something that was very important to the Access Oceanside Committee. So that is one of the things that we use to prioritize our priorities at the operational level. So we've had some good feedback that the boards being replaced is really beneficial to folks with mobility challenges, especially folks using walking aids, because they were getting caught in the gaps between the boards that were kind of deteriorating. So one of the big focuses that Graham's been working on with all the upgrades in the park is to enhance and improve accessibility for people with all abilities, and whether that be temporary if you're an athlete and injured, or whether you're needing that support more common throughout your life. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Graham for having that lens with all of the things that he's put in.
And the construction of the replacement of the rest of the boardwalk is progressing, as we can and so forth, but then that will continue anyways. It's a good way of doing it anyways, of refurbishing as it goes. So yeah, it's going to be replaced completely, and then we'll start all over again on the other end in 10 more years.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Looking at the minor capital for parks and trails, a number of projects ongoing, and you can see that it's funded partially with carry forward and partially with property taxes, but we have an annual amount to replace a piece of playground equipment for $50,000. And so that's, again, just an item that's in there. Staff can plan accordingly to have that budget amount for renewing the equipment in playgrounds in the city, not necessarily just community park, but other playgrounds as well. The implementation of the urban forest strategy we have in there, and that is funded with the local government climate action program funding, which we received up front last year. So it's now in carry forward, but just so you know, that wasn't funded by property taxes. It'll be funded with that grant. The washroom accessibility, continuing the work we did on doors here at the PCTC, implementing those automatic doors at Foster and Springwood Park, and using some of the funds carried over from what was left here to enhance those facilities in those two parks. In 2025, this is an item that's been coming forward in the financial plan to do a needs assessment of our sports fields and facilities. As we've seen, there's been a lot of growth, both from residents as well as visitors to all of our facilities, sometimes a little bit too much love in some cases, but just having a check-in on that and seeing if there's things that we should or shouldn't be doing with respect to our sports fields and facilities, as well as identifying future projects. So that's something that's been carried forward and is now in 2025 on that assessment. The wetlands project council deferred last year, but there is some funding available with the local government climate action program. And in the work plan for 2025 would be starting to do some signage and some invasive species renewal in the wetlands. So that's what that amount is, again, funded with that grant. And finally, there's the boardwalk, the minor repair contingency. So $30,000 in each year to deal with things that come up that are outside the scope of kind of the major renewal piece in the year. Any questions on the minor capital? There's a variety of projects going out, including some other updates to master plans at the community park and the Parks and Trails master plan in coming years, 2027 and 2028.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you. This is about the tennis courts refurbishment in 2026. Has it been driven by the tennis club that this is the time they want them refurbished, or is this a regular ongoing operations and maintenance feature?
Graham may be able to add more to this, but it has been something that has been a regular so many years in the financial plan. So it's something that's been moving its way closer to us. But I also understand that Graham has engaged with the tennis folks to provide input on that. Graham, do you have anything to add to that?
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor. Yeah, I mean, the tennis club's been inquiring about upgrades and surfacing up at Springwood. These are the Springwood tennis courts specifically for multiple years, and they've been aware that this has been carried forward and scheduled, and they're looking forward to it because the life cycle of the surfacing is variable, and so we do have the possibility to move it around, but it's outstanding, and the surface at Springwood does need repair. And like I said, in the renewal projects, you do some surface repairs, but it's mostly a repaint, crack seal, and deal with any broken items. So if there's posts broken, you would have to core and repost. And again, we usually do quite a bit of refreshing at those renewals, which would include new nets and things like that to extend the lifespan of the overall asset.
Thank you, Graham.
Right.
So how much of that $100,000 can perhaps we can get through grants? Is RDN able to support us, or the local club? Are they able to contribute some monies towards this? Or will we like crossing a line if we do that, asking the local clubs?
Thank you. And through the mayor, I don't think the club actually has that sort of financial support that they can provide. I don't think the club is in that position to do so. I know we do have those discussions, and they do provide a lot of volunteer work throughout the year. They actually do repairs on the nets themselves, which we allow and support. And they often go up there and help clean when we're doing those sort of spring and fall cleanups. So I don't think financially for them, they're in that position. But as far as looking at regional partners or grants, that's a possibility, but there's nothing that I'm aware of at this point.
Yes, and just to confirm as well, discussions are ongoing about user fees and so forth for the different, but we haven't set up a policy on that yet, Councillor Gore. That will be coming, that study will be coming, but we can't ask something of one group without actually asking of all groups.
Could I also add something to that with respect to the context of the RDN? We have an agreement with the RDN with respect to cost sharing of our sports fields in the region, in the Northern Communities Recreation Function. And the understanding and basis for the agreement is that every community has tennis courts. So that cost isn't shared, where some communities have different types of sports fields that are used regionally. There's an understanding that everybody uses their own local tennis court. That may not be the case. Maybe you go to play with your buddy in Nanoose and she comes here once in a while, things like that. But that's the understanding within that regional agreement, is that there isn't cost sharing related to those types of facilities that are in each community, like tennis courts.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you. And just to just carry on, Jetta, just to let everyone know, our lunch isn't quite here. It'll be here in 15 minutes, and so we'll break in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. What was the last time we did a sports fields and facilities needs assessment?
Not on our time frame, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think it's been a long, long time
been a
because none of the longer term employees even remember it. So it has been, I think, something that was put out in the financial plan as a need as we grew as a community and try and identify what other recreational facilities might be warranted or wanted.
Councillor Real, go ahead.
Just an additional comment about that. Yes, in my time on council previously, there wasn't one done at that time, but I do recall reading some reports from back then that identified other, likely needs in the future and certain areas where things might take place, but it wasn't then either.
Excellent. We'll maybe try and track that down and see what year is on it.
You guys got her hand.
If I may, I think there was some work done at a regional higher level on some of the recreation services and gaps, but for our specific facilities, I don't recall anything having been done in my time. One of the things, the main goals of this is that we are seeing just tremendously increasing demand for the same space. And so that's what this will help us assess. The other thing is we would need some likely direction from council on priorities. So if you have two groups that want the same space at the same time, how do we decide how to allocate that? We do have a current high-level priority on youth. So youth get it first, but we are now seeing two groups of youth sports competing for the same space. So it's really going to be an inventory of what we have, an identification of the challenges, and then it will come back to council at a policy level for guidance in terms of how we manage the competing demands.
Thank you. Since we are talking about recreation function, which is primarily administered by the RDN, I'm surprised that we are putting in our $100,000 of property taxes in doing this assessment. Why is RDN not taking the lead or at least supporting us financially in doing this? Or can we reach out to RDN, work with them? It should be, in my opinion, sponsored by the RDN.
If I may just maybe comment on that, Jetta might know more on the financial piece.
Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. So we book some of our facilities, but we also maintain the facilities. The RDN does give us funding around $200,000, I think, each year to contribute or offset that maintenance. But these are facilities that are more city controlled. And so what we are looking at is getting a sense of who is using the space, what they're using it for. And then we also have a lot of different facilities within the facilities. So like, for example, at Springwood, we have things that are specific for tennis. We have some infrastructure and equipment that's specific for baseball. That field is also used for soccer, for American football or whatever, football, not soccer, and for rugby and other things. And so the school board, we work with them on priorities around some of their programming. So it's just at a point now where some of that money will be used to assess the condition of those assets that we own, and the sort of 50-50 split. The other piece will be the analysis of who gets to use, like, for example, the concession at Springwood. Like, should that be like an operating agreement with a user group, or should the city do it? So it's a little bit more complex and more specific to Parksville's amenities than for the region booking, which is what they do for us.
Yeah, and like the mayor mentioned, I think it's a good time for us to assess the idea of user fee as well, looking at how much usage, who's using it, are there like big tournaments being held? So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, to the mayor, 100% agree. We've had that conversation that it would be kind of the precursor to that.
Thank you. Carry on, Jetta.
Okay, thank you. One of the most significant capital projects, notwithstanding that there's a number of minor capital projects for parks and facilities, is the Parksville Pathway Project, which commenced with the sale of the property on Shelley Road and Nature Trust involvement. And so just bringing forward these slides again today because it's a great graphic on the work that is planned and is in process. It's mostly funded by DCCs and also by our Parks Reserve. So there isn't a large property tax implication on this, which is great because it's going to be a wonderful amenity for the community. It's also providing some connectivity between different features in the city and so ultimately will connect into Community Park as well. And so there's a number of phases that Graham has identified. This slide isn't necessarily up to date on the costs with respect to what was spent in 2024 because we don't have that yet, but it still provides kind of what the processes are in this plan. And with 2025 expecting to be a very busy year on this project for Graham, but also working with Nature Trust and with the Noose First Nation as well, and coordinating what I think is going to be a beautiful pathway for our community. So looking at the dollars.
Sorry, yes, if I may, yeah, thanks for that. It's really great that we have a lot of comments from the public anyways regarding a timeline for the Parksville Pathway. And so I appreciate that. That's excellent information. Now we can get back to the public anyways and let them know where we are and what we expect. I also have to give a kudos to Graham because recognizing that this was an initiative from the last council as well. It started and we brought it to fruition here and it's made great progress for the last 2 years. And I have to say, but I cannot believe the amount of collaboration and advocacy that Graham's had to do with the different groups that need to be involved in this project. It's not just the city of Parksville, it's all the other stakeholders, but all the other properties and all the other biological assessments. It's huge, everyone. So Graham, my hat's off to you. Like you've got a lot of balls up in the air right now, and I appreciate you keeping them all. And so far, none of them have hit the ground. So you're doing a great job. But I just appreciate what you're going through. We hear your pain at times, and I get it. And please continue to let us know, you know, your setbacks. But at the same time, thank you for what you've done so far. You're on a great course, and we're closer than ever than we've ever been. So thank you.
Graham, I wonder if you could provide us with just a bit of a status check-in on where we're at with respect to procurement or design related to this project. I know that this is a slide from last year.
I see Graham has moved up to the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, first of all, thank you for that acknowledgement. And I also wanted to acknowledge the engineering department has really stepped in at this point to support the ongoing management of the project. So we have engineering staff, the manager of engineering, the director of engineering, and engineering technicians involved in this project now. So it's multiple divisions now supporting this project because it's quite a complex project. So it's going to be you know, right now we're currently surveying and doing the analysis part with our retained professionals. So we've retained an engineering company to do the drawings and prepare the tender documents for construction. So that's underway right now. So we are on track, very, very similar to this timeline. We can probably update this timeline for you a little bit now that we're underway. However, this is pretty correct for our projection of the progress of the project. So hopefully through next year, we'll be awarding a construction contract and starting construction just like it's stated in the graphic that you're seeing.
That's great. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Sorry, Jetta. Yeah.
No worries. That's helpful to kind of know where we are in that. On the capital side of things, then we've got a number of projects, smaller projects identified here, with most of it again funded by carry forward funding. We've got some monies that are still remaining out of that contingency fund on all the community park projects, and some of that's just behind as a result of challenging procurement. So Graham will be finishing off some bits and pieces in the community park related to that. There's the carry forward of the sports courts, $50,000, which is tied in with the lacrosse box. And next week, we'll be bringing some options to council on that and some estimated costing for further direction on that item. Of course, we've already talked about the $50,000 per year in the boardwalk renewal, so that's identified each year. And as the mayor just commented, once we get this all renewed, then we're ready to start back at the first section again, which is really how all of this should work if we're kind of managing our maintenance of our assets well. The Shelley Road Center Playground was identified last year in the financial plan and funded by the reallocation of monies that had been allocated to the pool. And so that 100,000 is there and slated for 2025. As well as there's an $8,000 donation amount that was contributed towards that project that we're also carrying forward. A couple of facilities items, and when we get into after lunch, you're going to see a lot of this where we've had a number of assessments led by Keith on a lot of city facilities. So we're having roof repairs that are required and heat pumps and HVAC and a whole bunch of things. So we'll go through those this afternoon, but just a couple of parks items here where we've got the beach hut roof replacement needs to be done, as well as a rental heat pump in our one municipal house rental in Foster Park. So those are some of the kind of smaller but capital projects. In the bottom there, you see the Parksville Pathway Project, which is, as I mentioned, largely funded by DCCs, as well as within our DCC bylaws, $25,000 per year for trail development. And that's 100% funded by DCCs. And what it's meant to is for building new trails that kind of connect and provide connectivity through our trail system in the city. So it's not meant for maintenance. It's meant for building new trails that provide some of that enhanced trail experience within the city. So last year, that money was spent to extend a couple of the new trails within the community park to provide some greater connectivity. Again, that accessibility piece that Kiva referred to is really enhanced when someone doesn't get to a dead end and then they can't get to the next piece. So Graham's had his eyes on looking for those opportunities, and this funding is available and is funded by 100% DCCs.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can you just tell me what building is Beach Hut being referred to? I'm just curious. I don't know. Up here it says Beach Hut roof replacement, so I just wasn't sure what that actually meant. Is it the washroom or the gazebo or the picnic shelter or?
Thanks, Mary. I was going to ask it too.
Yeah. Thanks. And through the mayor, the Beach Hut is the older washroom near the playground. So that roof structure needs repair. Yeah.
Sorry, Graham, by the playground, or we're not talking the old Ken Hut.
Not the Ken Hut. No, the old
The old concession.
By the water.
Yeah, the octagon.
That used to be a concession at one time.
That's what I assumed it was. But
Before you were born. Okay, yeah, that's good. Thanks for asking that, Mary, because I didn't know which one it was either. So it needs a new roof on the.
And I had assumed it was that, and then I thought, oh, okay, could be wrong. We might as well ask Graham while he's here.
Okay, regardless of lunches here or not, we'll commence at 12:30. We'll take a break at 12:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to put on your radar, you can see in 2028 and 2029 is a field lighting project at Springwood Park. And so while it's not kind of right here right now, it is something that each year is getting a little bit closer, and perhaps our sports fields assessment will also provide some input on the necessity of that, the desire to have that. So just want to identify that out a few years for your information. Finally, just looking at the funding related to all of these parks and trails projects, and you can see that of the 1.7 million of funding, only 115,000 of it is coming from current taxes. So we've got some donations, we've got some carry forward amounts in there, Growing Communities Fund, DCCs and Park Reserve all contributing towards those capital projects. Do you want to stop now? We're just about to 12:30 before we get into buildings and facilities, or?
Yeah, I think we can stop it right now. I see that's moving into facilities as a little bit longer, so.
Great.
So, okay, I'd like to take a break now, council, and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council and guests and staff. I'd like to reconvene the meeting from this morning. If we can pick up exactly where we left off with Ms. Holmes speaking. We're on the page heading into buildings and facilities. So as always, any questions, ask them at the time when the slide is up when you can, and then we get the answers right away if you wish. Thank you. Thanks, Jetta. Carry on.
Okay, great. Welcome back. One thing to report in terms of a question from this morning for Councillor Beal, the unallocated balance in the land sale reserve is about $1 million after those couple of transactions this last year and what's been allocated already. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, on to buildings and facilities. Just some highlights of things that happened in 2024 that were provided by Keith. Constructed the new salt shed at the operations yard. If you recall, that was a significant budget item last year, and it's finished up just in time for the winter weather to be coming. Railings and glass replaced at the PCTC, and that's the picture in the bottom corner there. Fire safety plans have been completed for the 3 buildings at operations. Washroom accessibility buttons here at PCTC that we referenced earlier. Some painting here at the PCTC, and installed some new door and fob reading at the engineering department. Looking at budgets for buildings and facilities, these are pictures of the new salt shed out at the ops yard, which will be a significant improvement over the one that was there previously. We do see a significant increase in costs here, and we'll walk through some of those. But what I will say is that there has been not a lot of work done in terms of identifying maintenance plans for facilities. And the last 18 months to 2 years, we've done a number of assessments on all of our facilities, on specific facilities with respect to maintenance plans, condition assessments. And so what we're seeing in this year's financial plan is the identification of a lot of works that are required related to those facilities. And we've got a roof replacement happening here, but there's a number of other facilities that have been identified. And most of those we've put into the core financial plan just because they need to be done. And as much as possible, we've tried to push those out a year or two if they can wait. But there are a number of things where Keith has proposed doing some early fixes with a longer term plan to do more major fixes in the future. And so the numbers here are reflective of that, just as well as the number of work that the number of staff out there with respect to increases, as well as various projects that are ongoing. As well, just in terms of new facilities that we're now seeing the operational budget, the new washroom building a full year in 2025 and seeing the costs related to that. Last year, we would have had some rough estimates on what some of those operating costs will be. It's been open since February, and we have a better understanding and can fine tune some of those. Yeah, and we'll get into some of the minor capital as well. In terms of specific projects on facilities, we see here our share of PCTC projects. We've got an elevator upgrade that was scheduled for 2024 that, oh, I'm missing the years on the top of this slide. My apologies for that. Has been pushed out to 2025. And that was really just an availability, although we asked for this work, I think more than 6 months ago. And they said we might be able to do it by the end of the year. And yeah, really surprising. So that's been pushed out to the new year. But you can see that some of those projects have been ticked off in terms of 2024 projects. The one item that we'll see in the capital, the HVAC computer controls that were on the minor capital, we can get some efficiencies by combining that with a replacement of the RTUs on the roof of this building as a capital project altogether. And so we've moved that from minor capital out to capital. There's some other maintenance items in terms of flooring and carpets that have been in the plans and are moving forward in terms of a couple years out, as well as some painting that is due. one of the items on the PCTC, as well as replacing the wooden posts and trellis that you see all the way around the exterior, just again, identifying from some of those condition assessments that those are due for renewal and or replacement as well. So you can see we're trying to kind of have some longer term maintenance plans on these facilities, the PCTC being the first of those.
Question from Councillor Dort. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. With the elevator upgrade, will that also include the accessibility features? Because I had members of AOA mention previously when we were meeting on the second floor that power chairs were not able to get in and out easily. So I just want to make sure those will be addressed when we do the upgrades.
We can check with Keith on that. I believe it's kind of a regulatory upgrade, not a change of elevators. So Keith, can you provide any information on that?
Thank you through the mayor. There was no changes to the actual elevator. It was just some of the components being upgraded.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Keith. Other facilities, the Shelley Road Center in 2024, staff completed a structural assessment on that, and they have identified a number of maintenance items that need to be done in 2025 that amount to $60,000. So that's in there for Shelley Road Center. The Jensen Center, some more minor repairs, but some initial repairs on the roof, as well as some painting has been identified there. As part of the AV equipment upgrade in the forum that was done here, we're also doing one at the Jensen Center, which we're hoping will be complete by the end of the year. If it's not, that'll roll over, but it was funded with the COVID grant funding. And so that would be fully funded if it did need to roll over into 2025. At the Public Works Building and Yard, there's a number of different kind of ongoing expenses there, but that annual amount for SEPTED design and improvements in that area, $24,000. The yard environmental assessment and yard space assessment are still somewhat in progress. We've got some early findings, but in terms of implementing some of those findings, so we've just rolled that over for now until we have a better idea of where those might be focused. Again, they're funded with carry forward funding, so it's not impacting our property tax requirements in this year. We've had a number, as I mentioned, a number of roof assessments. So of the buildings out at the Public Works Yard, we have some repairs that have been identified on the minor capital side that can be done in 2025, and then have a plan for more significant repairs and replacements going out in the capital plan. There's a $50,000 contingency amount in facilities. Again, what we were finding is because we didn't have these longer range maintenance plans related to the facilities, it was helpful to have an amount here to be able to respond to unexpected maintenance required. The facilities signage number here has been rolled forward and is over combined with that banners and signage project in admin. So it's not showing here, but the work is actually rolling forward just in a different department and being led by communications.
Jetta, if I could ask a question this time, just only because I saw the word contingency and I wasn't sure where to ask about it. Council contingency, not obviously in facilities.
Right.
Maybe it's coming up and we haven't got to that yet. Is there just reiterate what the council contingency is if there's a balance at this particular time, and the allocation that would be allocated for 2025?
Right. I think it was on the first slide of the day. Not specifically, but within the legislation area. So it is $25,000 per year.
Yes.
I don't have the current balance, but can certainly find that and report back as to what's left in the current year.
If there would be any possibly carry forward, that's what I'd be interested in. If you could supply that, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Great. Okay, looking at facilities capital, the most significant project for facilities capital this year is in the PCTC building, and it's to, well, initially the project was to replace the RTUs, which are located on the ceiling, and the controls that go with that. As a result of having someone in to look at it because of a failure of one of them, they propose that they actually could be refurbished at a much cheaper amount and be essentially good as new. And so we've decided to go with that, and it cut the cost quite significantly. And so, but our share is still close to $300,000 of the PCTC share. So I'm proposing that that would be funded mostly by capital reserve with some carry forward funds that were already in the budget related to the HVAC controls last year. So that's the main kind of capital project this year, in addition to other infrastructure projects that we'll identify later on.
Councilor Bear.
Thank you. Do you have the amounts for the AV upgrades at the Jensen Center?
The budget is $75,000. So we're just working through that procurement right now, so I'm not sure of the actual cost.
I just want to know, like, what kind of upgrades are we looking at the Jensen Center, since the primary use seems to be a childcare facility and occasionally pickleballers using the gym space. So why do we need those upgrades now? Just curious.
Yeah, I think part of what council discussed at the time was the ability to be able to host public hearings or other kind of civic events in that larger space if the forum wasn't big enough. So having the capability to have the electronics in place there as well. And just that it is often used for other events, whether it's the Christmas event or things like that, that it just makes it more multi-purpose and able to use that gym. So it's not necessarily for the benefit of the childcare. They're likely not going to use it. It's more to have that ability for other events that the city might host there or have that ability to provide for the AV.
Go ahead.
And BGC has the rights to rent that space out, correct? So they could potentially use that upgrades to kind of sell it to the community. Hey, these are the new options now you have. So they could possibly make it more attractive to rent as a space for them. So I was wondering if trying to save every dollar for Parksville taxpayers, if BGC would be on board to helping us fund some of this. I don't know if they have the funds available, to be honest, but just curious.
And CAO Kaler, if you could address that, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just to clarify, the AV equipment was in there before. This is replacing the capabilities that were already existing in that space. So this is to replace equipment that was there prior. Removed, yeah. It was removed.
And just note, that's not, it was 100% funded by the COVID restart grant. And so it wasn't property taxes that are funding the replacement of the equipment.
That's right.
It was grant funded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If I could ask a question, just because it was mentioned the Jensen Center, was Jensen Center considered as an election voting place? This time was a presentation made by Elections BC to consider that as a center, and I was just wondering if that was a possibility. CAO Kaler?
I'm just checking with our corporate officer. It was open on general voting day, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
We use it for our elections, of course, at the municipal level, but it was used on general voting day for provincial this time.
Yeah, so the final voting day only was what it was, and so it was open at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I did the advanced polling, but that was, of course, at
Craig Street.
Craig Commons. Yes. Yeah, and you were, can you add to this? Yes. So I believe Councillor Beal was part of the election process this time, so maybe she could shed some light on how that worked on voting day. Were you at the Jensen Center, or were you assigned somewhere else?
I was responsible for an area in Qualicum Beach. However, I do know that the Jensen Center was available for use, pardon me, at the final voting day.
Yes.
But it was not possible to use it for advanced polls because that would need to be open from 8 to 8. And so that would be a conflict with the childcare use in the other areas of the building. So that's why it was at Craig Street for that.
Okay, that's good. That's good information to have anyways, because, like, as we're leaving, coming and going on the advanced polling days, I know out here, we're like directing people where to go to the Craig Street Commons anyways. And then a lot of questions was, well, why isn't it here? Why is it still here? Things have changed. So if I had that information, the general voting day was here. Yeah, I could have offered that. I should have got that information first. Thank you for that, Councillor Beal. Yeah, carry on. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just draw your attention as well as looking out a number of years, we started to identify significant maintenance and capital items for facilities. So I think what we'll see is each year that'll get refined more. We're trying to deal with the high risk and high priority items first, but eventually what we hope is an asset management plan for each facility that would identify these various timeframes, and that would be worked into the financial plan. And then we could identify for council whether or not you wanted to start putting reserves aside for some of those more significant repairs and replacements. So for example, Jensen Center in 2028 is a $335,000 estimate at this point. So right now that's all being funded from property taxes, but it might be prudent to use capital reserve and change the contributions to capital reserves. So those are some of the conversations that don't necessarily need to happen for this financial plan, but as we start to build these plans out, you'll see more and more that it's populated out in each year to identify those as early as possible and consider funding options for them. Okay, so that's it for facilities. Moving into operations, public works, whatever. We've got lots of different names and people are often used to the historical public works. We call it transportation services as well, but I think you know that that's typically our fleet and our roads and storm sewer and dealing with weather, snowy roads and things like that. So staff out there has provided some pictures of some of our equipment at work out there. You can see that again, it's a relatively modest increase for a lot of different operations out there at 8.3%, an increase of 185,000 over the prior year. And that relates again to staff increases as well as a number of different operational things that have been identified and are carrying on. Again, really looking at a lot of deferred maintenance and working that into our financial plans. There's also was some more significant capital projects and minor capital in the prior year. So you see a reduction of about 800,000 there. So net in terms of this department is still quite a reduction overall in cost for the activities out there. This, I think, is a great picture that was provided by our roads and fleet supervisor of the snow plows out there in the weather. Looking at some metrics around requests for service of our operations staff, a total of 1,425 so far year to date. And that covers all of those different things like roads and drainage, building and facilities, parks, utilities, and other callouts, and some of our equipment that we use in responding to those. Sidewalk inspections, 24 kilometers of sidewalks inspected year to date in 2024. And it's on a 3-year cycle. So we've done 2 of 3 zones. Road staff has been working with GIS to actually track this in GIS and be able to note what's been inspected so that there's really good records around that. And that's new kind of working with GIS. They've had a lot of creative ideas in terms of assisting our operations crew in really tracking a lot of their activities, which allows for, I think, a reduction of risk, but as well as just managing workload and things like that and understanding how much time these things take and the levels of service around that.
Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sidewalk inspections, where again is the information available for the public to see what has been completed? Or what's in the works?
I don't know for sure that that is something that's publicly accessible. I think it's just part of our operations that we do that.
Correct. Being on the accessibility committee and also working at a seniors home, I always hear people like, hey, how difficult it is sometimes even, excuse me, for people, let's say even from Stanford to get to the library with the sidewalks, with the walkers. So perhaps if some staff member can speak to the prioritization of this work and kind of give us an overview of what zones, what have been completed and what's left. I would think from an elected official's perspective, the sidewalks close to the city hall would be the first ones to make sure people can access the municipal services. If staff can provide some input on this, please.
Thank you, Keith. I'll get you to address this if you could. Thank you.
Thank you. All of the sidewalks throughout the city they're basically split into 3 zones. So they are done on a 3-year cycle. I'm not sure which zone was completed this year, but 2 of the 3 have been completed. And then everything that they find goes into GIS, and then they go back and make repairs based on those findings.
So as I take it, it's a calendar enforced work plan.
Yes.
Yeah, based on the conditions, and therefore anything that comes up are prioritized as to immediacy or in the near future or in the far future.
Correct.
And then the plan is made off of that.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I may, so the inspection is like visual inspection, or how much of it is like complaints driven? I'm just curious.
Sorry. Through the mayor, any of the complaints are dealt with immediately. Staff will go out and check them. If there is a hazard, they're ground or repaired. And then all the others are just done on the annual cycle.
Thank you. This is a question to our CAO. Since we budget, through you, Mayor, please.
It's okay. The COO is going to respond anyways, but carry on.
Thank you. My understanding is we budget about $10,000 a year for sidewalk repairs. No, more than that. Okay, perfect. So once they're inspected, then the repair work gets done, depending on the priority. So how much of it is completed in one calendar year? If we're doing an inspection, how much of the work are we able to accomplish in a year?
CAO Kaler, if you could address this, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So we actually sent a memo to council January of 2024, and I'll resend that, but it basically summarized the sidewalk program from 2021 to 2023 and talked a little bit about the community park accessibility enhancement. So I will send that to council again, just so you have it, and we can most likely update this information for this year. It looks like it was basically a summary in January of the year prior, so we could get the same updated information to council at the end of this year as well, I believe. But it talks a little bit about areas that were identified for change that don't yet meet the threshold based on complaints, as you mentioned, Councillor Gore, and gives a bit of a rundown on what the money was spent on. And we have $40,000 allocated. Yeah, so I'll resend this to council. And then we'll work on getting an updated version for January, adding in 2024's activities.
And I can confirm anyways, any complaints that are received anyways, a lot of complaints are sent to council, mayor and council, because it's a very accessible email, and in which we received gladly. And immediately upon receiving those, as a spokesperson for the council, I forward that to the proper coordinated department, in this case, operations. Operations looks into a complaint or a concern immediately, and they respond directly with the correspondent. It's not up to council to do that. They're the ones that have the answers, and so they go right back to the correspondent, of course, so they can get the proper location and what the situation is. So, but every complaint or concern is addressed by the appropriate department as quickly as possible. So that's an ongoing process. That's our process and policy. Yes, carry on, Jetta. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Another aspect of operations is the storm and sanitary flushing program. We referred to those earlier in the minor capital projects, both in sanitary sewer on Monday and today at 50,000 per year for each of those areas. And so here's some of it in action. Engineering coordinates the inspection program, and then storm and sanitary flushing is part of the maintenance of those pipes as well. So just some stats around what work has been done in 2024, and catch basins cleaned and sanitary lines flushed, drainage mains flushed, and 3 residential commercial storm installations. Looking at minor capital projects for operations, you'll see that a lot of them are recurring items, and those are contingency items that some years are spent completely. Other years it doesn't get spent and gets rolled forward. There's the sidewalk and accessibility improvements number, Councillor Gore, the 40,000 per year. And if you recall, council last year approved an extra $890,000 of asphalt overlays, as well as major crack sealing and patching programs. So those numbers have come back down in 2025 to the historical amounts. That additional amount was funded by Growing Communities Fund last year, although there's a little bit of funding carryover. For the most part, that additional funding was spent on those projects around the community. The funding there is property taxes and carry forward related to those 3 items there. The works adjacent to development construction you'll see in 2024 is $40,000. That's typically coordinated by engineering staff, and so we've just moved that budget to the engineering department. So no change in the amount that's actually being taxed, but just moving it to where it actually is typically managed. Yeah, there's 2 other different budgets that we're living in operations that we've moved to engineering and combined them for $100,000. Looking at infrastructure projects, which, as I mentioned, are typically coordinated by engineering. The operations staff kind of do the operations and maintenance, but when we're looking at infrastructure, construction, and coordination of these upgrade projects, that's typically done by engineering staff. And so you'll see that we have that annual funding envelope, 3.175 million, that is put in the budget each year and is available for infrastructure projects, with a similar amount being contributed to reserve. So if in any one year it doesn't get spent, that money would just be in reserves, and maybe in the subsequent year we end up with a larger project that there's no additional taxation in the year. It just gets pulled from that reserve because each year we're contributing that amount. So there you'll see the general asphalt overlays were 1.1 million last year as a result of that additional $600,000 of funding from Growing Communities Fund. There was 184,000 of it remaining, and so that's been carried over to 2025 and will be spent in 2025, and then back down to 500,000 per year going out in those subsequent years. As well, the top number is the $75,000 contingency, again, for signal replacement connectivity on Highway 19A. And one of those that's unpredictable, and there isn't a project every year. So if it is spent, we tax for it in the subsequent year, but otherwise it's a carry forward amount that funds that. Finally, the other project that is being funded within that funding envelope, similar to replacing the salt shed last year. This year, it's been identified the need for a wash bay in the yard for a number of different safety and environmental reasons, to have a more formal wash area and with some safety aspects to it for staff to be able to access the top of large fleet vehicles and things like that. And so proposing to fund that from the funding envelope, similar to the salt shed last year, these features supporting our roads and drainage assets and staff to deliver those services related to roads and drainage.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I just had a question about the signal replacement connectivity. So I'm just wondering, how does what kind of process or what is considered what contributes to either replacement or perhaps changing of signal? So for instance, the addition of a left turn signal, perhaps advanced left along 19A. Is this something, information that comes from planning with additional residence units, RCMP requests from the public? So I'm just wondering if someone, Keith, perhaps.
Well,
could
I'm
speak
looking
to
at our
that.
Director of Engineering, but my understanding is that it might be identified as part of a transportation master plan where there might be a need. There might be traffic studies done for a development or other things that are raised. I know that we sometimes get complaints from residents about traffic in one place or another. So it might come as a result of that, where all of a sudden there's a development or more construction in an area, and a road that previously was working just fine for that area of the community maybe now needs a signal or something like that. Sean, do you have anything to add to that, or?
I'm not super familiar with that line item.
Okay. Yeah.
I may add a little bit. So
okay.
As part of like a rezoning application, for example, there would be a traffic impact assessment that would both assess the immediate infrastructure in the vicinity of the project, as well as it would do an assessment on the broader road network. And it would identify how that road network is functioning. And then the engineering staff can then incorporate that into their capital program to look at where those future investments need to be made.
Thanks, Mr. Russell.
Great, thank
Okay,
you.
good to go.
The only other item I would add to this area with respect to our infrastructure renewal, and we do have the amount identified in each year, 3.175 million, and there's amounts in water and in sewer, if you recall. We have two master plans, the water and sewer plans, that have been received by council. Storm is just about done and transportation is a little bit further out, but once we have all of those plans, engineering or perhaps a consultant will take all of those and synthesize them so that we can optimize projects that should and could be done together, so that we're not doing one-offs of one linear infrastructure or another. It's better to do them all like Moss was done, or Bagshaw perhaps. So right now we don't have a project like that identified for 2025 or subsequent years, but what we would envision is, as those plans come together, then we'll be able to build out a longer plan of understanding what might be done in each year and what are the priority projects as a result of all of the work that's been done the last couple of years, from condition assessments and from those master plans, as well as the video inspection and things like that, the pavement condition assessment. All of those pieces will come together, and that's where we'll start to see. So we haven't had a lot of spending the last couple of years out of that funding envelope. So it's just still sitting in reserve. So it's not as though that amount is gone into unrestricted surplus or something. It's still very much sitting there and dedicated to capital infrastructure. Okay, that's it for operations and capital. The last kind of major component of our financial plan is solid waste collection. And as you know, this is just a contract with the RDN. We bill the fees related to this, and then we pay the RDN for their services. There is an amount that is surplus in that goes towards the cost of finance staff and others that support this, because finance staff prepares the bills and does the collections and often takes the phone calls related to this. So that is covered by a difference between the cost and the fees that are charged to residents for this. As I mentioned earlier in the day, the RDN hasn't passed their final bylaw on their increase yet, so we'll tweak this once we have that increase from their financial plan, which is next week.
Right. And just on the subject of solid waste, just a little commercial for the RDN anyways, the RDN has recently introduced a larger cart replacement program for the the green recyclables and composting bins. And so that is on, if you need further information on that, that is now available and on the RDN website. And I know that they've done a mail out as well. So just let you know that is now in play. And if you want one, get it in fast, I think before November 30th, then you may get a discount by doing so. So it's a great program. It's been requested by our community at large to increase the size of that compostables, and which I think is a great use of people's trimmings and so forth. So it's a good move. So any questions on solid waste? Carry on, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. We just have to make sure that everyone follows the weight restrictions for those bins.
Yeah, that's right. We had a slide presentation anyway suggesting they were trying for one even larger. I believe it was 375 liter, and it was would have held a lot of yard waste, but it would weigh 500 pounds, and you wouldn't be able to get it out to the sidewalk. So they went to the next size down as the large one. So they did test it first. Councillor Frass, go ahead, sir.
Thanks. Something I thought was pretty neat looking into that, though. They do allow for multiple green bins. So you can have the 250 liter plus the standard 100 liter that you have now. So you can still get that 350 liters out of it.
That's program. Right. Yeah. You can use a combination of, a good point. The combination, keep your old one and go for the larger one. And then you have that larger capacity as well. So yeah, it's great. Moving in a green direction, which is super.
This is where it's really good. So many municipalities share information with each other, because I understand a different municipality bought the big ones and then they all started failing and the bottom's dropping out. So we were able to get ahead of that and not even offer that. So that was great news for the RDN.
Thank you. Carry on, Jetta. Thank you.
Okay. The last section, as you know, at the bottom of the bylaw are all the kind of ins and outs out of transfers to and from reserves. And this summarizes it, and we're going to go through more of that later in subsequent meetings. But what I wanted to identify first is the section on the bottom, the transfers to reserves. That's really the annual contributions that council has approved to date, including the capital reserve, which is 0.5% of the property tax increase every year. And as you can see, that amount that gets contributed each year compounds. Right. So the first year that was brought in, I think, was about 2019 or 2020. It was $75,000. Where now in 2025, the contribution that's coming from property taxes is $405,000, with only a 0.5% increment in the property tax request. So you can really see how that amount can really start to build and snowball, which is an excellent way to do that. The infrastructure renewal capital reserve is that funding envelope piece, the 3.175 for infrastructure and 500,000 for asphalt. Again, every year that amount is going in. What we might do at some point is, if staff has capacity to be delivering more infrastructure projects and/or the asset management plan indicates that there is a need for it to be accelerated in any way, we might propose that this annual contribution to reserve and draw out increases if we have the capacity. This amount was based on the capacity that it was decided our current staffing and service levels could actually get done in a year. Historically, we might have all the projects listed that we might like to get done with no ability to get those delivered. So this amount was based on the capacity at the current time. So that amount may change with council's direction as we roll out more of our asset management plans. The protective services reserve, you can see, is that 0.2% of property taxes. Last year was the 1.5 million, which was the reclassification of the unrestricted surplus as a one-time contribution to that reserve, plus 34,000 was the 0.2%. So this year you'll see that that amount moves up to 68,000 and would again compound as we move forward and/or change if council gives direction to increase that amount. The future expenditures reserve, the $30,000 contribution is the current amount of the contribution to the PCTC reserve. which I would suggest is low given some of the facilities, maintenance and capital items that we're seeing. So as we move forward, we'll take a look at all of these reserves and come to council with recommendations to increase those over time. Again, that's not all going to happen in 1 year. This will be a process of building out those long-term financial plans related to all of these assets. The Canada Community Building Fund Reserve, also known as gas tax, we bring that revenue in each year and then automatically show a transfer to reserve until council decides to allocate those funds to projects. So that's what that amount is. We have a current 10-year plan agreement for gas tax, assuming subsequent governments don't kill it. And so that's what's built into the financial plan right now is that amount escalated with some adjustments for inflation. And finally, the contribution to Parks Reserve is 0 in 2025. That 740,000 in 2024 was as a result of the sale of the Shelley Road property. And so that went right back into the Parks Reserve. The transfers from reserves at the top are related to what's happening in the year. So if there's minor capital or capital projects that are eligible or council directs to the use of reserve funds to pay for those items, then we'll show a transfer out of those reserves. So for example, the Growing Communities Fund, that amount, 1.4, nearly 1.5 million, has been allocated to projects in the year. And so what we'll do on Monday is provide council with a preliminary balance of where all of these reserves are at after these initial allocations so that you understand what may be left to provide allocations to other projects. Again, allocations of the gas tax. If you recall, we had some allocations to ERWS within the 5-year financial plan, as well as other water projects, and the transportation master plan is also being funded with gas tax. So that's that kind of top level is working through those, and they'll change every year just depending on the projects that are being funded by them. But in 2025, nearly $5 million is being contributed towards reserves. And I think that's great progress.
Great.
Okay, so that's the general fund core financial plan. We are going to have items coming to you for your decision on enhanced service levels and other requests that you've had with respect to initiatives. There will be a few coming from staff with respect to items that have been identified. I've made reference to a couple of staff positions, one being a co-op position in water, as well as a temporary position in operations to support some of the work we're doing there. The council initiatives, I've already said we are going to have a BC assessment preview role, and I'll report out on that next week so we can have an idea of what the impact might be to property tax revenue as a result of where that is landing at a first look. And the RDN, AWS, and ERWS financial plans should all get assessed and perhaps adopted within the next week or so. So if there's changes that come from that, then I'll roll those into our financial plans as well. So we're dealing with the most current information. Of course, theirs are subject to change as well. So it's a bit of a moving target, but we'll try and keep as current as possible on those. So any more questions? If we have questions from public and any other discussion.
Council, any final questions before we adjourn? Do so now. Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I just follow up and make sure I understand what our Canada Community Building Fund total grant is per year, or say for this year?
Yeah, it's about $685,000 and goes up to about 705 by the end of the 5-year timeframe.
5-year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It's about $3.5 million over the 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as this is the 2025 to 2029 financial plan committee of the whole meeting, I'd like to ask if there's any questions or comments specific to this financial plan meeting from the public. And if there's any online questions received in, nothing, so to speak. Thank you.
If I could raise one more question.
You may.
Okay, we're done a little bit early. We do have some of the council initiative decision items ready to go if council wanted to start looking at those prior to next week, given there is time available just to get a head start on that, or would leave that at your discretion, but we do have some of those ready for your direction if you wanted to entertain that today.
I may, but I'd like to get council approval on that. So
Sure.
Councillor Frass has a prior commitment for that he has to attend, that he may want to, you know, have that saved for when he's here next week. I will ask for, I'm okay for time, my personally, for right now, but I would just I'm gonna go around the table. Councillor Martin, are you okay to stay a little bit longer? Yes or no? Councillor Frass? Yeah, I don't want you to miss out. It's maybe really good stuff, man. You're okay with that? Okay. Councillor Gar, you're okay? Councillor Beal? Yes. You're okay with that? Yeah, and Councillor Wood? Okay, thank you. And Councillor Grant? Yeah, as long as you're okay with that, Councillor Press, then, okay. But
And what I would suggest is at your request at an earlier meeting, we'll have a spreadsheet that will accumulate the impacts of various decisions or directions so that before a final decision is made, this isn't kind of the last look at these things. It's really to try and get an early indication from you whether you need more information, whether we just want to cut it off the list right away and to kind of make the next steps a little bit more efficient. But we will provide you with a cumulative impact before kind of that final decision on tax rates and things like that.
great,
Okay.
thank you. Councillor Beal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that answers one question that I had in my mind, which is my understanding is we're not making decisions about this right now, but this would just be additional information so that we can be looking at it. Is that correct?
Additional information, but if there are items on there that you know as a group aren't going to proceed and you'd like to make a motion today to just direct us to take those off the list, then we could look for that as well, because the sooner we can start to kind of move things aside that aren't going to be part of this financial plan, the quicker we can kind of get to the final results. So happy to take motions today that would then carry forward to the council meeting, or just receive it for information and ask any questions that gives us an opportunity to go and do that research if it's required to provide you with more information.
Thank you. And the question is this appropriate for public attendance as well, or is this?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Then was it 3 o'clock or 3:30 you were suggesting, Councillor Grant?
I think 3:30.
3:30? Oh, okay, sorry, Councillor Wood, yeah. Okay, so I would suggest I'm not going to make any notice for adjournment at this time or extension. I believe if we have a general consensus that's at 3:30, if we could wrap up by.
Great.
We're here, you're here.
Awesome. It really
Yeah.
gives us a head start on Monday night
Yeah, and
meeting and
that's helpful.
yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frost.
Monday afternoon's meeting. Yes, thank you.
We got a council meeting.
Council meeting on Monday. Yeah. Okay, so this is a list that we've been building as a result of requests from council during the year. And we have some early cost indications that we're starting to develop and would certainly look for your input on these as we move through them. Some of them are new assets. Some are continuing services. For example, the MobiMat was something that we started and looking for council's direction on whether we continue with that into the future. So I'll just take a run through so you have an idea of what we might be looking at over the next few days. The lacrosse box multi-use courts has a $50,000 carry forward item in the current financial plan. So this is taking a look at where that might go. The MobiMat is a question of continuing on the service related to that. Sutherland Stairs is an item that's been raised for a number of years for safety and access questions. So some options on that. Sidewalk snow clearing on pedestrian walkways. So considering an improved service level on that. I believe a request was made to expand the number of bus shelters and transit facilities, so providing some information and costing for that. Expanded weather shelter at the dog park, relating to, a second weather shelter at the dog park. Questions around the level of service at the Labyrinth down in Community Park. City warming and cooling options in city facilities, so giving some consideration to that and whether there would be funding available from the province for that. A new city-owned parking lot, and that would be funded from parking reserve. Options related to the Visitor Information Center. Next Wednesday, that line item related to community group funding requests will all be next Wednesday's meeting, where we're going to have presentations from community groups that are requesting funding. Implementing a cap on council travel expenses, implementing payment in lieu of benefits for council members, and then converting the tennis side of the shared racket courts to permanent pickleball, and to be done as part of the lacrosse box multi-use courts project. So that's what we have for some of the ideas that have come forward from council. And we've got some slides related to those that we can provide, in some cases, some early costing estimates, and would look for your questions or direction on these if you like. So the first being the lacrosse box, and really this is the last area of the community park that was part of a massive number of projects that were brought forward. And the project really is to look at renewing this piece of recreational infrastructure. The lacrosse box, it's multi-use. It's used mostly by the younger lacrosse players, I understand, and it would include expanding the surface, updating the line painting, new boards, new fencing, and it would support lacrosse, pickleball, basketball, and roller hockey. The estimated cost for that would be $750,000. And this is something that could be funded by one of the grants, say like gas tax or Growing Communities Fund. Could also use capital reserve. Could be property taxes, but I'd like to try and identify early on if we've got grants that this might be an eligible project for. And again, we did have $50,000 towards that in the carry forward. That might be used for some design work or something like that.
Just a question on that, Jetta. Was it $50,000 that was left over from the previous when we were doing the sports courts?
Right.
That's what the resolution was for.
That's
and the
right.
lacrosse box was that. So 50 grand is left of that.
Yeah.
So then we would need 700 or 700 or another.
I think
Is it
another,
actually 800?
I think this is for the works. I think we would use the 50,000 for the design works.
Okay, so
Yeah.
for the design works?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So I think this would be
so
all the construction.
700.
Right.
Getting it.
I can clarify with Graham, but I think that's the gist of it. Yeah.
But just saying of the interest it earns since then. Okay, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta, or perhaps our CAO. Are we anticipating a visit or presentation by the Lacrosse Association this coming next Wednesday?
No.
Oh,
no. The groups that are coming next Wednesday are the folks that have typically received kind of what we call the line item funding, as well as those that have been granted additional funds in the past. Yeah, so it would not be lacrosse.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you. So are you looking for council direction on these items today, Jetta?
I think if you're willing and able to give us direction, great.
Okay.
If you need more information, please identify that so that we can try and get some of that information. But any early indication of absolutely not, we're not doing this, we won't bring it forward again. If it's something that you'd like to provide some direction on, it's not written in stone. So if you want to say, for example, yes, we would like to move forward with this. Yes, we would like to use Growing Communities Fund. You could provide that. And again, we'll provide this in a cumulative format so that if we need to change it, it's like, okay, no, that combination isn't going to work. Any direction like that would be helpful in moving through the next steps.
Thank you, if I may.
Thank you. Just, yeah, if I could, if we're specific to this one, I have information I can provide at this time to council. Regarding the lacrosse box and multi-court renewal, the CAO, Kaylor, and myself have met with the representative pickleball courts for the area. Two separate groups anyways have met with us. And we've both discussed this as well as all pickleball facilities for the region with all of them. And so suggesting that, you know, like the RDN like to look at it as a regional basis, that we have pickleball courts throughout the region. So, you know, so you have it in your neighborhood, so you don't have to travel and for it. And so that is the concept we explained to the pickleball groups that came out. However, we did have a delegation request from one of the pickleball groups anyways, a specific to they just call them the lacrosse box group. And so we discussed anyways this exact possible proposal as being a possible priority on this. They were quite acceptable to that, all the pickleball court users. And they also advised at the time that they were amalgamating the pickleball groups in Oceanside, which is a really good thing because it's trying to please one group and then the scheduling just becomes really difficult. We say, here's the courts, you know, and you figure out your own scheduling and tournaments and stuff like that were conflicting. So that was good news anyways, that they're getting all together. However, on this particular project, it was considered as being a priority because the previous council, we had somewhat committed because we had presentation at that time by the lacrosse group of the minor, and saying, you know, this is an okay facility for practicing, but it's no good for games or tournaments because it wasn't due to the correct size. So our staff looked into what would it take to increase the size of this, and it was not really near as much as it would be as to build a brand new, say, facility, a multi-use facility. And that was the other thing we concentrated on talking about, that it's good to have multi-use facilities in these courts. And so staff came up with this presentation about it. Basically, it's just enlarging the boards, not very much, not a lot of construction, not a lot of cost. And so what that's going to do is that would allow the minor lacrosse league to use that as games and so forth. It would allow the pickleballers to use their temporary nets, their portable nets. It would allow the basketball, you can see the keys up there, the basketball users to use it as well as there's a street hockey group that uses that area as well. So it ticks a few boxes on multi-use. And so we thought, and the lines would be painted specifically for the pickleball users and the key around the basketball and so forth. And the lacrosse people have also provided input what they need as far as lines goes too. So that seemed to me to pick off as many boxes as we could for the different user groups. And so they are not coming to council for the budget process. They're not doing a presentation or appearing as a delegation. They feel that they have enough of an audience so that we could take that information as well as what we had from previous on lacrosse. So from our perspective, my perspective of being, you know, around the last time and this time, and hearing from all of these groups, to me, this would be a favorable project for our park at a reasonable cost as compared to building a new court facilities, and which would cost a lot. And there's a lot of other aspects about the park itself that we have to be very careful what users we reuse and what users we construct new equipment on. So this, to me, was a good fit for all of those. So I just put that up for comment right now. That's what the meetings did. I'm gonna pass it on here.
You want a motion for this?
No, I was just giving background, and then I want to put it to the floor, which is what I'm gonna do. So I saw Councillor Gore have his hand up first, and so, or did you want to comment at all on Jen?
Nope, that's all good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gore.
I just have a question to staff. So when we are talking about expansion, and I see some beautiful mature trees very close to the courts, and my question to staff is there a possibility that some of those trees might have to be taken down for the expansion, so the root disturbance and whatnot? I would love them to stay.
Graham, could you answer that question, sir?
I can, thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, the expansion is actually not a lot. It's under, I think it's just over a meter on both ends. So it wouldn't be impactful to the trees. It's very small. Okay. It's unfortunate. I don't know how they were measuring the courts 45 years ago when this was built, but they missed a meter or so. So our intention is that there could be a little bit of root pruning, but the distance is far enough away from the tree that the root pruning would not impact any trees.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I realize that there isn't a motion right now, but I would like to add my support for this. I think that this project is a beautiful project for many reasons, and I'd really like to see it go forward. I was also immediately thinking of growing community funds. I know you've mentioned that, but I'm sure that Jetta, you will come up with, best suggestions for how to fund something like this. And I also appreciate knowing, I think from what Graham has said there, that there's that close work with lacrosse association, since at the end of the day, we really do want it to meet their requirements so that it can be used more fully by that association. And also, I would hope and expect that it would include current best practice for mitigating pickleball noise for neighbors who are immediately across the street. But so I'd certainly like to support this, and I'd like to see it go forward as soon as we can.
Thanks for that, Councillor Beal. Councillor Martin, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, I was going to just sort of say what you're saying. Anyway, I'm excited about it. I think it's a great location, the center of the universe for Parksville, and it's not near a lot of houses. Across the street, I think there's a bit of a parking lot there, and it would be perfect. So I'm very supportive of this. Really nice to have that research done for us. Thank you.
Councillor Gruntz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to staff. In my conversation with pickleball folks, they indicated some concerns around the orientation of the pickleball courts in lacrosse box. Just in terms of the sun, is the expansion going to help address that, or is it still going to be a bit of a problem there? Do you know? Have you spoken with them about that?
Miss?
Thank
Great.
you.
I'll ask you once again, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The pickleball groups have come through and talked to us multiple times on the layout and configuration options for having a multi-use at this location, and to maximize and to create a great venue for them. They did approve the current configuration with 6 pickleball courts running. It's sort of southwest to northeast a little bit. It's not ideal orientation for courts, but they actually approved the layout of what we're proposing.
Thank you. Going to follow up while you're standing there? I would definitely have to not leave this conversation without mentioning basketball, or my son would not be happy with me. But for his age group, basketball is the big thing, and they would love to see more facilities for that, especially in the community park. Is this proposal something that could include basketball? It sounds like it does, but I guess the main thing he was asking about was nets, not just rings.
Thank you. And again, through the mayor, multi-use for this will include 2 smaller key courts, basically with 4 keys and upgraded poles, nets, backboards, everything upgraded. It's a renewal of this facility completely. So, there will be a few challenges because of the sensitivity of the lands in the park. However, we may have to just build up on top of the old and do it that way. However, it's a complete renewal, so it'll be inclusive of basketball.
All right, thank you.
It's your turn, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by saying that pickleball is a fun activity for all ages. I love being Santa Claus for approving amazing facilities, and this definitely needs an upgrade. It looks like we could probably move the current boards to the Parksville Museum. The question always is where the money comes from, but aside from that specific question, I'm definitely in favor. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just have one more question for Graham, who's here. Due to the location of the lacrosse box itself, and also due to the location of the terminus for the new Brass Trevor to community park is going to be adjacent to that. Could there be some maybe consideration as to, because as Councillor Martin pointed out, that it is a parking lot, an existing gravel parking lot right across the street now, but there's no adequate crosswalk in that area to get from the crosswalk. And now I'm thinking a little bit further ahead, of course, but want to kind of dovetail these projects together if I could. Is there any consideration of that? If this project was to go through, could we kind of amalgamate that at the same time?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The trail project does include design investigations for a new crosswalk along Corfield. That'll be determined by a traffic engineer for the safest location. We probably wouldn't add two pathways. However, yeah, I mean, that parking lot that exists now is used mostly by the pickleballers that utilize this court. So on the mornings that they're playing in this court, that lot is full. So a crosswalk would be extremely beneficial, and we'll do our best to make sure it's as close to the pickleball courts as possible.
That's great. Thank you. Councilor Martin.
Again, I forgot to mention the practicality of all this. I talked to Councillor Rogers, I think his name is, and he said they spent $2.5 million in Nanu's for 5 pickleball courts. So I think this is very practical overall when you think about it. $2.5 million in Nanu's for pickleball courts. So just thought I mentioned that.
Okay, I think we've all had it. Are you okay to put a motion, or do you want another question? Go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
There'll be more opportunities.
Thank you. So if this does, you're going to make a motion, I'm guessing,
Yes.
and if this passes, Graham, when is staff able to take this project on? And since it looks like a very comprehensive project, what is the timeline we're looking at in terms of completion and be ready for use?
We all want to have a say on that one.
Yes, CEO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can just start, I just want to remind council that this is committee, so you're not making final decisions right now. So you'll be making recommendations to the council. And then what we're planning on doing is basically bringing all the items back to a council meeting for those final decisions. And if you recall, on the work plan discussion, we talked about a couple of items maybe being moved into 2026. So at the moment, we would be looking for what projects do you finalize in terms of moving forward? And then we'll be asking you, based on that list, if any of those items can be moved to 2026. And so there was this project, the PDBA lighting project, and the Pioneer Playground that we thought might fit in 2026, just given all the other things that are going on. So that's kind of the plan, is to get a yay or a nay today. If you're not interested in moving something forward, we'll take it off the list for the council decision meeting. But if you are interested, we'll culminate all of them together with the costs and the funding areas or recommendations from staff of where the funding can come, so that you have the big picture all at once for decision making.
Great. So I'd like to move the resolution to take this from committee as approval, to take this as a recommendation to the council meeting, if I may. Seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Thank you, council. Yeah, thanks for Jetta for bringing up this. One less thing to worry about next week. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the mobility mat that was in service in the community park this summer on a trial basis. And so bringing this back to council for your consideration of making this a permanent enhanced level of service. Graham's provided some estimates in terms of approximate annual costs related to the operation and maintenance of it, about $7,500 per year. And then it would need to be replaced about every 5 to 7 years at an estimated cost of $10,000. So looking for some direction from council as to whether you would like to add that to the financial plan as a permanent increase in level of service.
You first to talk about it. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea. Okay, Councillor Gore, go ahead. You have something to, yes. You'd like to move to recommendation? Yes, okay. And you'd like to second it? Second by Councillor Wood. Discussion, Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the mayor, our CAO, and the staff for making this happen last summer. I know a lot of folks at the AOA and the Accessibility Committee and the community at large were quite pleased in seeing that now Parksville Beach is truly accessible to everybody. I think $7,500 a year from the operations budget will be a minuscule amount. We should be able to absorb that in our expenses. Does the staff foresee anything in addition to this being added, whether it's more staff time or whatnot with this new service that we are providing?
I think that the amount there is considered the incremental amount. I think if we felt it could be just absorbed within current budgets, then we would indicate that.
Okay.
I think we would see an increase of $7,500. That is a incremental amount that needs to be incurred.
Right.
Yeah.
And Councillor Kaler, if you can add to that, please.
Cool. I just got
Councillor
elected. Thank you.
That's a good motion.
Through the mayor. I've talked with I had talked with staff about this, and we also would just need to let council understand and the community that it would redeploy our staff from certain other things. So we will be looking for support from council to kind of understand that if we see another area that is perhaps lower priority during the busy period. But the estimate was that it would be an hour a week, sort of during the peak time, just to make to keep eye on it and, make sure everything was okay. But with Graham's team, they learned a lot about how to work with it this year. And we did have a lot of support from the AOA kind of, letting us know if they needed our help, but most of it they did themselves, like sweeping off the debris. So it's not that we would need to hire another staff person or anything at this time. It really is just a redeployment of those resources for that season. May to September is kind of what we're thinking it will be in place for.
Thank you. Can I take someone else this week? Yeah, then I'll come around. Yeah. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I certainly want to support this, fully support this. I think it's been a great success. It was such a moving day down at the beach when this was installed. And again, hats off and thanks to staff for all the work that was done to get this in place. And I'm also just wondering here if that $10,000 every 5 to 7 years for replacement, but I imagine that there's also the possibility of looking for grants that might be applicable, when the time comes. So with any luck, that cost might actually be reduced.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you. I'll echo the comments around the how great of a project this was this summer to see this come out, and how many people took advantage of it this summer. My one question or maybe hesitation is that we haven't had a full year with it yet. So I don't know, does staff feel comfortable, confident with the sort of the amount of information we've been able to gather from the months that it has been around, to feel comfortable to be able to continue this level of service throughout the entire year? Well, it hasn't been around during the spring, for example. Yeah. I understand.
Thank you. And through the mayor. Yeah, that is a factor we have to comprehend about not having it in the spring. However, we are going to manage this as a seasonal amenity, and we will be looking at our tides and our wind patterns and look at the historical sort of weather and install it when it's good weather. And I think we'll probably align it with the opening of the splash park. So I believe that's May. And that's when we see the big uptick of people in the park as well. So you're right. We didn't have it in for the first half of the summer and spring, but I'm pretty confident that what we saw with the variety of weather we did experience this summer, that we can manage the MobiMat in the same fashion as we did this year.
Any follow-up?
Go ahead, sir.
Relatedly, we are also partnering with Beach Club on the chairs related to this, which is not mentioned as part of this. So maybe it is completely separate, but they are related items. I wonder if there's discussion about continuity with that, and are they comfortable continuing with this program if that is part of this motion?
CAO Kaler, if you could comment on that, please.
Thank you, if I may. So the beach chairs are really nothing to do with the city. We kind of set it up that way because they have the promotional elements around them, and the beach club is a commercial entity. So the AOA is, as far as I'm understanding, is coordinating that, and folks can book them out through the beach club, but the city didn't really want to get involved in that component of it.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? And I'm very much in support of this project and recognizing that a lot of the hard work has been done already. The anchors are already in place with our very attractive boys down there to mark them, so we know where they are next year. We don't have to use a metal finder or concrete finder. So the tough work has been done, and we actually had a learning experience, putting them in this year. We learned an awful lot from that, and so I expect a smooth additional of the Moby mats again next spring. I did want to comment or ask a question. I haven't of Graham yet. So Graham, how did the removal of the Moby mats go, and the storage facility, where do you have them stored? Are they stored in a nice, safe location? And I just want to know if the removal of them presented any challenges that we didn't expect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We designed the anchors to be sort of a quick release system, and that's why the buoys are there. I went down and talked to the city of Nanaimo, and I've installed them in another jurisdiction and learned from those experiences about pulling them out and how to anchor them. And so we designed a quick release system so we can unhook them, leave the anchor in the ground, and quickly roll them up. And I think we had it rolled up and off the beach in under 2 hours. It was brought back to the operations yard where we power washed them and dried them, and now they're in dry storage. So they're ready for next year, ready to go, clean and ready.
That's good to know, because they're heavy. I couldn't believe the weight of them. Anyways, just lifting one corner, but so that's great and good to know. And thanks for taking care of our brand new Moby mats. Yes, they're going to be happy hibernating for a few months. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of this. Is there any other further questions or comments? Councillor Martin disappeared on me. Councillor Martin, don't run with your coffee. It's okay. No, I was just going to take it to a vote now. Yeah. So I would just like to say all those in favor. Thank you. That carries unanimous. Another recommendation to the next meeting. Thank you.
This project has been kind of on the radar for quite a number of years and relates to the stairs that are over on Sutherland, but it also kind of ties in with beach access, the ravine that is adjacent to it, and the safety and septet issues around that area. And Graham has provided a couple of different options for council to consider. The first option, costed at approximately $25,000, is really just to decommission the stairs, construct a new landing and trail connection that runs away from this area, install split rail fencing that would kind of help with directing people towards that trail, and then install some box steps in that area. It would not include remediation or restoration related to the ravine or anything to do with the beach access. The second option would be costed at approximately $100,000. So you get all of option one, plus the removal of garbage and debris in the ravine. So really looking at some restoration efforts in the ravine, the limbing of trees to enhance safety, as well as I expect some septet elements, removal of invasive plants, and restoration planting throughout the ravine. So these are obviously two very different amounts. What I would advise council is that we do have some funding available with the local government climate action program, because we feel that this is likely something that would meet the eligibility criteria around that grant, just in terms of the invasive plants and making that area drought resistant, and plantings that are native species and that type of thing. So I would suggest that we could likely use the funding and have some of that funding available that could be put towards this project.
Thank you for that. And I can give some background to this as well. I'm taking a fair amount of heat regarding this situation. It's a well-used beach access. I did not know that until I opened my emails. And so I feel it's necessary that we replace it with as good or better. But I also recognize the fact that this is a very tough location. Like the beach access always are, but especially so in tidal zones, so like we have here, and especially with the king tides and the increase in extreme weather events that we have. And it's a tough one. And so my only comment I was going to say, it looks like option one is saying to decommission the concrete stairs, construct new landing and trail connection. But would that be installing box steps? And so that would be the ones that the RDN use quite successfully, is that the box steps with the pressure treated and then the fill put into it, so forth. Yes. And I understand that. And always the fault point is always at where the tide rises high. It scours the bottom of any concrete foundation. And it has a tendency to, and it will do it in one season. It will do it in one season. You figure how many times you have a tide in the winter. So the concrete is really difficult to maintain because, as you can see here, it's always washed out from underneath. And once it's washed out from underneath it, then it becomes a safety hazard because the stairs are going to fail. So we need something that is safe for the people to get down there, but recognizing that it doesn't have to be something as what we think is concrete with the Cadillac, because it's really not the Cadillac, because that only stays a Cadillac for so long and then it becomes, a Tesla or something like that. So sorry, that's my dig against Elon Musk. Sorry. He's not my friend lately. So all that I can say is that I think that is a good proposal to do. But at the same time, as I understand this is increasing the workload on it. Like, in long and short of it, I'm in favor of option one. What I'm saying is that if we can do whatever we can do to make it safe or not be a hazard, if it's a hazard right now, that should be removed. And with the understanding that a new box steps will be done according to capacity of staff and according to weather as well. That would be my thought on it. Yeah, that's good. 1.5. I like that, something like that, because I realize that this is just, we've had 2 suggestions so far. We both said go on both of them. And I look over at Graham and he's like broken out to a sweat already. And so this is another priority, but everything's a priority depending on the neighborhood where it's at. So all that I can say is that I'm in favor of this, but I wouldn't put it on the top of the list, recognizing that the other items in my mind are more of an importance to affect a broader sense of our community, a broader scope of our community, perhaps. And so that's why, 1.2, option 1.2, that, and the 0.2 is the option of when it's convenient for staff and with the ability and capacity. That's all I think. Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Yes. I know a little bit about trees, having had property with trees. This is exactly like this. And we continually go around and chop the ivy. We just put a thing at the bottom, and just a simple thing like that. You just, so the ivy doesn't kill a tree, because the ivy will kill a tree. Look at it. Look at it. Well, definitely. Yeah. So that's just my thoughts. I mean, you want to preserve as much as you can. Doesn't take much to do that.
Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would certainly like to support moving this forward, having a recommendation that it be looked at further. And at that point, we would be looking at it in that larger context. I appreciate that it's been presented as an option 1 and an option 2. And, option 1, I think, at this point looks like a no-brainer. Let's do it. As I say, though, looking at that long list and considering that, but $25,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money in the context of a municipal budget. Option 2, I can't help but wonder if there aren't opportunities to work with, whether it be Aerosmith Naturalists or other organizations in the community that volunteer and take on some of this really hard work, removing invasive plants and the like, and again, some grant funding, I know that Belena's secondary school students have been involved with some of this kind of work, and of course Mivi, but that was related to Shelley Creek. So I would even hope that down the road, option 2 could be tackled, but with the support and the direct help from members of the community, as well as opportunities for grants. So it's kind of like, if there is money and labor available to help with option 2, I would hope that we could do that eventually. But so I'd certainly like to move the recommendation that it stay on the list at this point in time for our consideration. And
Okay.
yes, I'd hate to see though, if we just leave those invasive plants, are going to kill so much of that vegetation. That would be such a shame.
So that sounds like option 1.4.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Well, doesn't take much. to-
yes. Any other comments at this time? So, motion to recommend consideration for 1.4. Just with the comments with a undefined timeline, totally based on capacity, if we could. So I don't want to drop it off the list. Yeah, okay, so I'll make that motion. You get to make it again. Say it with more enthusiasm. Yeah, then you got it. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, Council. Good. Yeah.
Okay,
Next.
thank you.
We didn't vote.
Sure. Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Yeah, you moved it. You can do the rest. Thank you, Councilor Beal. It works for me. Yes, thanks.
Okay. I understand there was a request from a member of council to consider additional bus shelters in the city. And so here's some rough costing that our CAO has pulled together from other municipalities, giving some kind of average costs related to installing an average bus shelter, which looks like it's about $22,000. This would depend, of course, on all kinds of things like, does it have lights and what style is it? How big is it? Does it have a garbage can? Does it have a bench, or is it just a shelter? So obviously there's some variability in these types of things, but the pictures off to the right-hand side do show some options. You know, the one we've got in front of PCTC is probably a more deluxe version of some bus shelters in that it's very enclosed and very protected from the weather. Another option that has been raised for bus shelters is working with a company to assign sponsorship pictures to it. And I see some of that in other municipalities. So just throwing out some ideas in terms of cost offsetting. Would we need to acquire any land for these, or are there locations within a statutory right of way that could be used? Or road allowance. There would be ongoing maintenance costs. So in addition to this upfront costs would be the cost of maintaining those annually and an increased service level related to that. Obviously, SEPTED concerns around this that we've seen with some of our other bus shelters, vandalism, increased need for monitoring of that and checking on it by staff. And then just always considering that full life cycle cost of when does it ultimately need to be replaced and what's the cost of that annualized over time as well. So looking for direction, including perhaps how many, where that might be funded from, if you've got ideas on that. And
Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to speak to this. I was the person who had the discussion with our CAO regarding this, but somehow it's morphed into something much larger and much more costly than I anticipated, let's say. My discussion was around, or my request was to have an expansion of, first of all, benches, because we have very few benches at bus stops presently. I think the overall number is 6 perhaps for all the bus stops. And I know, I'm sure we've all driven by bus stops and seen people standing at multiple bus stops, and that's a concern for me. And my thought was that this would be something over a number of years so that this could be expanded as well, with a look at, are there places that should and could have a shelter, which would be very nice as well. So I was thinking along the lines, even if we did something like 2 benches a year, this would be an improvement. Right now we have nothing. So I don't have the actual, I see here the reference to shelters, which might be on the, definitely would be on the higher end. I don't know if we have the costs that would be associated for a single bench, for instance, or including installation, obviously. So I certainly would like to see this moving forward, but not necessarily in its present form. I would like to get more information, and perhaps our CAO has additional information.
CAO Kaler, if you would.
Thank you, through the mayor to the rest of council. Luckily for us, the city of Delta and that's the quote there. What Delta did and what this council may want to consider is they obviously a much bigger city than us and probably have better ridership numbers. But what they did was they assigned $200,000 over 2 years, and they're allowing staff to work with BC Transit to determine whether it's a bench and a garbage can or a shelter. And in their report to council, it basically the bench cost before, not including the staff time to put it in, they estimated was around $3,000. And they are pursuing working with a sponsorship with Pattison, I think it was, to see if some of the costs would be either offset or eliminated in the higher ridership areas, like where the advertising would be more beneficial. And really what they did was just kind of assign a pot of money over the 2-year period that would be drawn down based on the need. So that's something at a lower scale council could consider, where we could work with communications to maybe poll riders and see if there's, I don't know, $10,000 a year allocated or whatever council's comfortable with for just benches. And then if there are 1 or 2 areas where a shelter is demanded or needed or people feel really strongly about, then it's about $35,000 on average for a fairly good shelter that had a bench and it had lighting as far as their estimates went. And in the 2020 costs that are on the side there, that was a BC Transit presentation, and like the 105,000 was just a very well, it didn't say heated, but it had electricity, and it was quite large and, you know, for a lot of riders. So I think that's not something we would need, but the average at that time in 2020 was 22,000. So that ties in fairly well with what I think the Delta report looked at. So really, this is just to kind of start the conversation. If council wants to add something like that into our budget, there's a range of different options that I think you could bring forward.
Here, I'd just like to pass along a comment if I can, Mary here. I'm also on the RDN Transit Committee, and we had a presentation regarding shelters and so forth. And so because the NIMO and the RDN Transit is very well used in their area and so forth, and so they have a need for shelters. The only situation that has happened or has evolved into is that the shelters, unfortunately, in this city and some other municipalities are turning into tiny homes.
Yeah.
And it's become a problem. And so to that end, and the vandalism costs are extreme because it was tempered glass that they were using in it, so that the bus drivers can see the passengers and the passengers can see the buses coming. However, they've switched over to a metal system instead, which still provides visibility, but somewhat weather protection, so that the vandals aren't breaking the tempered glass. And so that is a possibility to overcome the vandalism of the glass. It doesn't overcome the level of the shelters being used as tiny homes. But it wasn't just the vandalism that was the extreme cost. It was the extreme cost of the operations of keeping the shelters clean. And it was a daily basis, and the budget was, for a city the size of Nanaimo, was over $1 million for a year to maintenance on it. So, and I understand that, and that's big city numbers, of course. I'm just passing that on to what could possibly happen with them. And it's an ongoing, it's a good thing, it's a bad thing, and so there's two sides. So I just throw that out there for what they're experiencing. Councilor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor. I do personally like the idea of having sponsorship, and I don't know if you're, as a city, can give preference to the local businesses, give them the first right of, okay, priority.
Sorry.
Yeah, a CA.
If I may.
CAO.
Through the mayor, so I believe the way we would have to do that is through an RFP with some goals and objectives, and everybody would be able to bid on it. Depending on the extent of it, we may only have to post it locally, but if it's a more significant cost, it would have to be posted on BC Bid.
Okay. The follow-up
Yep.
is, since transit is again an RDN function, and help me understand this, like why should this funding or part of it not be coming from the RDN for this?
Go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, and CAO Kaler could correct this if I'm wrong, but yes, the RDN is looks after the bus fleet and the routes and so on in consultation, but the city actually pays for the bus, the benches and any shelters, and that's true, I believe, throughout the system. I really appreciate.
We actually pay for our service too.
Pardon me.
We actually pay. For the
yeah,
service.
yes, of
Yeah,
course.
the city
but-
pays for the RDN transit, so it says RDN Transit manages it, but we pay for the fact that we have bus service. in our city.
Yes, we contribute to that, but we do pay per bus, bench or
Yeah.
shelter that's put in,
cost.
that's installed. I want to say I appreciate your comments about the shelters. I certainly also agree that the metal ones, for instance, down by Wembley Center, that style, less prone to vandalism, and yet there's still good visibility and, provides certainly some shelter. Again, going back originally, I'm also just concerned that the number of people that I see standing and sometimes literally sitting on the ground or on the curb while they're waiting for a bus. And, I just think in this day and age, if we want to, if we're providing and contributing to transit, I think that part of that should be looking at the amenities that go with that. I was thinking that, whatever amount, if we could set aside the possibility of an amount that would be spread perhaps over 5 years or whatever it is, rather than it looking as if there was 100,000 or whatever the figure is in 1 year. That was certainly never my thought at the beginning. Finally, the two thoughts, sorry. One is around sponsorship. I would not be against sponsorship on, let's say in commercial areas. I think that that's not out of place, but I would hate to see signs on bus stops or a shelter in residential areas because they're not movable, whereas a bus drives through a neighborhood, it's only there fleetingly. But if you happen to live across the street and then you have to look at this commercial sign every single day, I wouldn't like to do that to any of our residents. So, but finally, also, we have had at least one instant where if the development goes ahead, there is a development proposed for, I think it's 1180 anyway, in the resort area, and they will in fact pay for a bus stop, the amenities there. And perhaps that's something that we can also look for when development is happening and redevelopment, if it's on a bus route and a place where it's reasonable to have at the very least a bench and perhaps a shelter. So I think those are all things that we can consider that should help improve the amenities for our residents, as well as opportunities to reduce the costs.
Thank you. And that brings up a good opportunity to do a question to Mr. Russell about development and so forth, like in an area of brand new development, and that is actually on a bus service line already. Do we have the ability to ask for bus shelter as an amenity, which is obviously going to benefit the city of Parksville, but also benefit the development that's going in there probably for the users? And so I'm just wondering if and what that looks like.
Certainly, if I may, Mayor and Council. So in the case of a rezoning application, a voluntary contribution can be identified, and if the person is agreeable to provide that voluntary contribution, so be it. Typically, they might provide a dollar amount, and then the city, through its budgeting process, could apportion how it wishes to fund that specific piece of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand exactly what you're saying. So that's a possibility. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Did you have any?
Oh, I was just going
Oh,
to add
go
in
ahead.
terms of,
Out of my peripheral vision.
Sorry.
It's Joel.
In terms of funding opportunities, there are a number of reserve and grants that support eligible projects around active transportation. And so I think there's probably some options that I could take a look at to provide something that would be non-property tax, but the operating and maintenance subsequent then would need to come for property taxes. But the upfront costs may be able to be funded through one of those that supports active transportation projects.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the bus benches, you know, to be, it's a good starting point anyways. And if with other consideration of what you said, Jed, if you could look at active transportation grants on it, as compared to the benches, you know, we could go for the ultimate choice, which is the plastic resin chairs that people donate. The
Yes.
plastic resin chairs, they're always free and they're there and they're actually even more comfortable than a bench, possibly. I know they do. And they break when they get cold. However, as compared to sitting on the grass. Yes, but I think that that's a good suggestion, Jenna, that if we could do that, and then if you can provide opportunities for active transportation, which is a very in vogue grant process right now. It just seems to be almost the flavor of the year. So let's strike while it's still there, or a change of government. Any other comments, people? I don't think we have this in the form of a motion for recommendation and 1.2 or 3 or 4.
I would like to move that this move forward as a recommendation. I would like to see some harder numbers. What does our staff presently, for instance, need to pay? What is the cost right now for maintenance of a bench? We only have 6 benches, I believe, and that are outside of shelters, but you know, what's involved with that. So I'd be curious about that as we consider it going forward. But I would like to see it move forward to consideration of the larger budget.
And I would support that as well, under the premise that it would be up to staff workload. And because once again, it's asking for another report, and I know what that means. It means because when we get a report from staff, it's very thorough. So can we add to it when the staff have the ability? Is that okay? Then I'll second that motion.
Councillor Beal, did you have a dollar amount in mind in terms of, as our CAO mentioned, kind of a working number to be implemented over a number of years? Did you have a upper dollar amount that you were thinking about? Aside,
I haven't
separate from the
actually
maintenance
purchased a
piece.
bench recently or installed it myself, so I'm not sure.
I think
But-
that the benches are approximately
Yeah, what,
$3,000.
3,000, 3,500, yeah.
Graham, is that what our memorial bench?
Yeah.
Oh, more like 5.
Oh.
Okay, we're getting 5 from install.
5,000, is that what I hear? Do
Okay.
do I hear 10? No.
Okay, so Graham is saying 5,000.
So we're hearing 5,000.
installed.
That's really gone up because I know that when I was on council previously, our city paid, I believe it was $1,500 or $1,800 for the bench. So that's gone up.
Yeah, if I might quickly add, we use the resin benches now instead of the wooden, and we have a different design so that they're easier to maintain but yeah.
All those in favor?
Right. A number would be
Oh.
helpful because if we're trying to identify grants and things and,
I heard 50,000 over here.
okay,
And that could be spread over a number of years.
sure.
He's got it in his wallet right now. Well, that's not unusual. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. I did.
Yeah.
I already did.
Seconded, yeah.
Yes. That carries.
Okay.
Thank you. With heavy on the time for when staff has the time.
Yes.
Okay, so just don't throw it away, but just when time can get to it.
Okay, there was a request from a council member to get some costing for a second bus shelter for the dog park.
Is that a bus shelter or?
Or a separate dog park shelter, sorry.
Shelter.
I don't know if there's a bus
Dog
goes to the dog
shelters.
park.
Service for the dogs.
I like it.
The cost is estimated at $50,000. It would be similar to the picture that is shown in the other shelter that is at the dog park, including preparing the site to construct the shelter. And then, of course, there's the replacement and maintenance cost to consider on top of that cost.
I don't know. Somehow I just don't think that this is really worthy of consideration. I'm sorry, because we have a dog park and now we're asking to put an additional shelter for, I guess, the dog owners.
That's because it's in two pieces.
Well, they have their dogs all playing in the park, but I mean, if you have a dog, it's kind of your responsibility to make sure you get the exercise for the dog. And if you're all exercising your dog, you're going to be walking in any kind of wet weather, rain. I mean, and the fact that now you want a shelter, well, someone else has provided a place for your dog to play. I'm sorry. I think it's pretty amazing. The dog park, I see it all the time at Springwood, and it's very well used. And the dogs have a great time, I have to say. The two parks that we have, one's for little dogs and big dogs. And I'm sorry, I just can't support the cost. I'm just, yeah, second. Yeah.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. Are there more, I haven't been to the dog park, just, driven past it. Are there more benches for people to sit other than the shelter? There are.
Your dog.
Yeah.
Not your dog.
There's two
I don't even
benches.
have a dog. Okay, thank you.
Dogs are for exercise.
No, but I have,
Come on. Give me a break.
That's a new one.
Yeah, hi, Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. There is two benches in the park where that square is. There's two benches. One on one side of the other, so people can sit down. Yeah, already.
Yes, go ahead. Removing it off the list. Okay.
There already was for a second.
Councilor Gar moved to remove it off the list. Okay, and Councilor Wood seconded it. Any further discussion? All those in favor of removing it? All those opposed? Okay, that carries with Councilor Beal opposing. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is the labyrinth down in the community park.
That's right.
There has been some communication for the last couple of months related to this. So a request has been received for repair and repainting of the labyrinth in the community park. Estimated cost every 5 years for that to be done is $2,500. And then an additional $1,500 staff time for power washing and repairs and $1,000 for paint and primer. So that's the $2,500. Volunteers would provide in-kind labor for painting the labyrinth. The estimated value of that labor would be $3,000. And then if we're going to decommission it, then there would be some costs associated with that as well. So looking for some direction from council on this item.
It is a nature decommissioning it as we go.
Yeah.
CAO Kaler?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just want to let council know that I believe we will be having at least one person come and speak with you on November 4th, I think it is, 6th. But this provides some background information, and if council is adamant on a way they want to move forward, that's fine. We'll take that, obviously. But I believe there is somebody who has identified they want to come and speak with you.
With that in mind, then I would suggest that we pass on any further comment on this one so we can keep an open mind on it and wait for the delegation.
Okay.
Are you okay with that? That we just remove this from the list for now? Yes. So I'm moving that recommendation to just bypass this for now, and Councilor Wood is seconding it to defer.
Yeah, we'll just bring it back again on the 4th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to defer, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay. We've got a few more minutes still. We have just a few business cases that have been prepared by staff with some background on this, that typically all things that are brought forward for council's consideration first go through a discussion process at our senior staff level with a lens on staff safety and public safety. There may be legislative requirements. We're looking for efficiency and service delivery. There may be insurance or legal risk mitigation factors to consider. And is it in line with council's strategic plan priorities? So if there's a project that maybe is consistent with those, bring that forward for your consideration. And then finally, the ability to complete the project. Is there staff capacity or external capacity with respect to consultants and equipment that can support those types of projects? So that's a little bit kind of about our decision-making process before it even comes to the financial plan discussions. So the first of those items is the consideration of the construction of a park storage building. As you can see, these are pictures of where parks equipment is stored currently. The proposal is to construct an 800 square foot traditional insulated wood framed building with a steel roof on a concrete pad that already exists, and it would house tools and small equipment. The estimated cost of the construction is $250,000 and annual operational funding of $1,000 as an estimate of what might be required for maintenance of the building. Expected lifespan is 40 years, so ultimately we would need to replace it, but that's a lot of years out. And then, of course, its purpose is to protect those small assets, small equipment, tools and supplies, and I would expect for most cases extend the life of that equipment if it's fully protected. Right now, we've got those two sea cans, that's some equipment, and it's a little bit spread around the parks yard depending where things fit in and can be stored.
So just as a question, Jetta, this is just like at the operations?
Right, yeah.
Ops.
Yes.
Okay. Comment? Thank you, Councilor Gordon, go
The
ahead.
CAO has.
Sorry. CAO,
You're usually sitting where I can wave.
I know. I like to see that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just staff put this together and they're keeping it high level and they're not really perhaps sharing the picture that the current storage is also infested with rodents and pests. And I think I would like to add that there is a health and safety worker kind of well-being element to this that also I think is worthy bringing forward, as well as the protection of the assets. I think our human assets also need to be considered in this one.
Now, Councilor Gordon.
Thank you. What are some of the funding sources for this, Jetta?
Yeah, I think it could be argued that capital reserves could be used for this. The 0.5% capital reserve contribution that has been put aside is really a general capital reserve. I think it could be argued there's some infrastructure piece here too, so some of the other infrastructure assets. So we probably for 250,000 would have reserves available for that without a property tax impact on that. I don't think any of our grants that this would be eligible for any of those. It would be using our own reserves.
Thank you. If council is to approve this, where does it stand in terms of staff priority? Would you like to have it done this year, or perhaps could it come back to us next year?
Thank you for that, if I may, through the mayor. This has actually been an item on the staff proposal list for many years, but it has been bumped down by the council priorities that have come forward. I can speak for the sort of frontline staff. I've been meeting with them more lately just to make sure that we're connected. And this is probably the #1 priority for our outside workers. Again, kind of some of the stories about the infestations of pests and people having to go in to that shed there, the shed. It's good for Halloween, maybe. I think there's definitely like a fear-based, if you're scared of rodents and things. I heard from all staff that this would be something that would really improve their efficiency and their well-being in terms of accessing equipment. And most of the time they are in and out of equipment in inclement weather also, or sorry, in and out of these makeshift storage areas. So I believe from my perspective that this is something that we should prioritize if council is willing to provide the funding for it.
Yeah, and my comment on this is an embarrassment. My garden tool shed looks way better than that.
Yeah.
And it's serious. I mean, And it's to keep the garden equipment in good working order and so forth. And it's very necessary. So it's going to prolong the life of the garden equipment as well. Not to mention the staff having to go in that, I'd be afraid that it's going to fall on me. So the fact that it's coming from just identified capital reserve anyways, that it could be funded for, I think just like the salt shed was like a long time coming as well. And we finally are getting that done. I think that this should get done, and staff, you know, I think it's for the betterment of staff safety as well. I mean, it's a huge issue. I say absolutely. And, you know, once again, you'll figure out the staff capacity to get this done is basically if it's just going to go out to tender and you're going to, and 250 Gs, it'll be a nice building. But you're saying you're using an existing concrete pad or footing. So yeah, I'm fully in supportive of this. Yeah. And it'll be, once again, it'll be due to staff capacity to make it happen. But I think that this should be moved forward. I'm willing to make that move now, and seconded by Councillor Wood. Any further discussion? Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to get the numbers. Where are we with our capital reserves right now? And if, let's say, we allocate in the next year's budget $250,000 towards this, what else are we taking it away from? Or do we have enough to meet all our needs from the capital reserves?
Yeah, well, thank you for that. What my intention is at Monday night's meeting is to bring essentially a list of what our audited reserve balances were at the end of 2023, what's allocated in the core financial plans for water, sewer, and general. And then next rows would be these projects that council has identified today, so that you can see kind of, okay, if we can't use that there, could it be used over here? There might be some moving around of projects and reserves. So we're kind of identifying some possibilities today, but we'll have to, of course, see when the rubber hits the road that we have sufficient reserves in all of those, and there might need to be some change outs of these. And that's why it's good to identify if we have kind of multiple sources that we think we might be able to use, then we could take away from that one and use something different if need be.
Right. And so it's key to this council that we identified the sources of it, and we're comfortable with that. And that's fair comment. Yeah, as long as that information is brought when we take it from committee to council meeting type of thing. And then if we have that information in front of us, that'll make it easier to make that decision. Thank you. Any further comments? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you.
Okay, we might have time for one more.
Sure.
This one is the kind of completion of the last piece of the community park playground that hasn't been upgraded from basically the original construction, and it's identified there surrounded by red. And I've been here just about 6 years, and we've done the rubber surfacing in chunks in all of those years. I think the first one was done in my first year here, as well as replacing some of the significant pieces of playground equipment. So Graham has put this together to say, what would it cost to finish that last piece off, to put the rubber surfacing in, the removal of 6 outdated pieces of playground equipment and replace them with new equipment. And the rubber surfacing would be about 7,500 square feet. So the estimated cost to do that is $600,000. With the other rubber surfacing, we have been able to get grants that have funded 3/4 of it. I think in all cases, we got 300,000 of grant and we put in 100,000 for the rubber surfacing. We are always on the lookout for those types of recreation grants, and whether or not there would be one in the coming year related to this. Other projects or other grants that could be used, it certainly would fit in with Growing Communities Fund, the capital reserves, but I think we've spent the Growing Communities Fund a few times over already. So it would be a matter of prioritizing projects for that remaining funding, because I think there's about 1.4 million left that is unallocated. It is kind of that last piece. It would be nice to finish it off, and the maintenance would be easier. The older pieces of equipment get harder and harder to maintain, but this has been brought forward by park staff just as a kind of completion. I think we've done a lot of work in the community park, and so these last few pieces are being identified as kind of the finishing pieces, but looking for some direction from council with respect to this project.
Yeah, my first comment on this is that nice, but not now. We've put awful lot of resources into the playground, and huge benefit to the community, and they love it. But I recognize that this is not a little project. I've seen the other ones that have gone through type of thing, and it's too much to consider at this time. I know in the back of my mind, and keeping track of what projects are being pursued, I would my choice here would be to remove this from the list. Councillor Grants.
So first, this park is near and dear to my heart, this playground, because my children have spent many hours here and I've chased them all over the place. But I would be supportive of deferring this for a year. As much as I would love to see this completed, we've done a lot of work in the community park, and I think there's some other projects that I would like to see in the community park that are much smaller. So if this would push that off, if this project would push those off, like lacrosse box or some other items that are going to come up, I would support deferring this for a year. Also, if there is a grant opportunity coming along, certainly we can hopefully be responsive to that, but I don't know if we necessarily would want to allocate that if it was my choice on this one solely.
Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd have to agree that my initial thought is nice, but maybe not for this coming year. I wonder, how bad would it be to, let's say, put it off for a further year, or at least consider that when we're looking at the big picture. So that's kind of where I am at right now. I don't know if I noticed that it's 6 outdated pieces of playground equipment. Are they unsafe at this point in time? Do they still have some lifespan to them? If at all possible, yeah, I would also like to see just putting this off for a little bit of time.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree with Councillor Beale and also Councillor Grans. I look at things myself as would be nice and a need to, and this would be nice, but not now. And I think it's, the park, like the mayor has said, we've done so much there. It's not just the park in Parksville. We have a big community here. And so that's what I would say is priority. Yes, it needs to be deferred. That's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Motion to defer. Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Beale.
And just to clarify that, defer to another year, not defer till Monday.
We're going to be here next year at the same time, right?
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Exact day. Okay. Yeah. But, so let's put it in context, defer a year.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
We're at 3:30. Did you
Yes.
want to end on this one then? And
Yeah,
we'll start
I
again
hear my
on
neighbor packing
Monday.
up beside me here. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good telltale, and it's a good time to move. We got a lot done.
That was great to get
Yeah,
through
thanks.
those. Yeah, thank
And
you.
so I did a motion to defer. We still have to vote on that. On the motion to defer, all those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Is there any other questions or comments before I call for adjournment? Go ahead, Councillor Beale.
Just a quick question, given that this is a community of the whole,
Yes.
and also some people came from the public, is there still an opportunity for any public input about anything, or the fact that we're in a different phase of the meeting that we're not? Because I did see someone putting their hand up earlier, but it wasn't at a time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't see any, but I call. Okay, so sorry. Sure, absolutely. If you have any questions or comments regarding the financial plan, you may certainly ask that right now. If you.
But I actually put it down to just write people and do it that way because I didn't know if it was proper for me to talk. I had some feedback on the bus stop thing.
Oh, okay.
I've lived here for 24 years now, but this year, because of physical, I was blind for a while. I took the bus for the first time this year, and that experience of being without benches was an issue. But for me, bigger issue was the shelter. The rain. The rain and snow made it really, really, really impossible for me to take the bus comfortably. And I thought the ridership would go up if there was at least, like the shelter, the sitting down is definitely important for people who are challenged now, like I am physically, but it was the shelter that I found worse. And I thought the sides, if there was some way to not make them from corner to corner, that like if there was a gap there, then it would be less attractive as a tiny house because it's cold.
Right.
So that's the compromise I'd like to see, is to put something over, more of them and over.
Well,
Because I would have those leaning benches, some of those things, they work too.
and thank you for your comments. I noticed that on the side of the Mosaic building, where they're renting the commercial space, they have the leaning benches. And I saw a couple the other day having a cup of coffee leaning on it. I thought, hey, that's a good use. Thank you for your, yes, thank you for your comments. And as you heard, we suggested that that's going to come back to council. Again, it wasn't one of the ones that we deferred completely. So we certainly consider your comments.
Well, I would love to see it as less as possible.
Yes.
For me, it's that right, that bus system.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Okay. So council, unless council have any further comments or anything else, the process, we know this is committee of the whole, so I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. That is moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Grants. All those in favor? Good job. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, audience.